A real-time chat application is still one of the best projects you can build as a beginner. It's gonna teach you much more than just real-time messaging. By building it, you will learn how to build a complete full-stack application from absolute scratch, including authentication, databases, APIs, real-time communication, and even deployment. And that's exactly what we are gonna do in this course. We are gonna build a chat app which has authentication, database, real-time messages, online users, and media support, like images and videos. We have light and dark mode, 13 different wallpaper options, and 11 different themes. One of my favorite features in this app is the keyboard sounds. So basically, as you type in, you will hear some really satisfying keyboard sounds, just like this one. And if you don't want to hear it, you can disable it with this toggle button. For real-time features, we are not going to use any third-party services like Firebase or Supabase. We will build our own scikit server and implement these real-time features step by step. And this will teach you everything you need to get started with WebSockets and to build any kind of real-time app that you wanted to have. In this course, we will also learn some of the must-know concepts like webhooks, cron jobs, middleware, and file uploads. And as usual, we are going to deploy this app to the production so you can have that live link on your resume. When it comes to the tech stack, on the server side, we will use Node.js and Express. For database, we will use MongoDB, Scikit.io for real-time features, Clerk for authentication, ImageKit for media uploads and file transformations, React for frontend, Tailwind and Hero UI for styling, and Zustand for state management. Every single tool we use in this course is completely free to get started with, so you don't need to pay anything to be able to follow along with me. And even the source code will be free. You can find the link in the description. If you want to say thank you for all this work, just press that like button and you should be good to go. With all that being said, let's get started. Just before we get started, if you're interested in building your own mobile application and scaling it with AI influencers, then you might want to check out our school community. Over the last 15 days, we have built and launched a fully functional mobile application to the App Store. We have built it from absolute scratch and we used AI tools to come up with the design and implementation. And I have documented and recorded every single step of the process. So the app is a full stack calorie tracker which is designed specifically for skinny people who want to gain weight. Users will simply scan their meals and the application instantly estimates calories, protein, carbs, and fats. Now, since it's a real-world production app, we have implemented everything that you would expect from a commercial product, like Google, Apple, and email authentication, a detailed onboarding flow that collects information such as gender, weight, height, and fitness goals. Then we have a premium paywall with yearly and monthly subscription system. We have AI-powered food analysis and full deployment to the App Store. And now that our application is deployed, we are moving into the next step, which is marketing. Inside this community, I'll teach you how we use AI influencers and other strategies to acquire users and generate revenue. Everyone in the community building their own apps and sharing their daily progress. So if you'd like to build your own mobile application and deploy it to App Store, then I'm gonna leave the link in the description that you can join us. We are currently 20 members and the price will go up soon. So if you wanna join, this is the best time. With that said, I'm gonna see you in the community. Now let's jump into today's video. Alright, so as usual, we are gonna start from absolute scratch. So I just have an empty folder called iMessage. I have created this on my desktop and then open it up in VS Code. Once you have done the same thing, we're gonna go ahead and create two different folders. One for the front end that we're gonna build with React, and the other one for the backend that we're gonna build with Node.js and Express. Now, before we jump into coding, I'd like to give you a quick crash course on the tools that we're gonna be using, like our tech stack and the basics of full stack development. Okay, so if you already know what they are, you can skip the next couple of minutes, like 5 or 10 minutes, or even speed up the video so you don't really waste too much time. This is like a quick refresher. Okay, so what does MERN stack stands for? Well, M is for MongoDB, which is gonna be our database. E is for Express. which is our web framework, and I'm going to get into that in a second. R is for React, N is for Node.js, right? React is the front-end library that we're going to be using, and Node.js is the JavaScript runtime for server-side, right? And I'll explain what that means. Now, on top of everything, we're going to be using Scikit.io, right? So, like, I'm going to take this, put it right here, MERN plus Scikit.io. And basically, this is going to be needed to make the real-time features work, like sending messages in real time, or online and offline users, I don't know, like typing indicators, anything that is related to real time is going to be achieved by Scikit.io. It sounds very complicated, but it's actually pretty easy once you understand the concept. And I'll try to make sure that we understand everything. Now, beauty of this tech stack is that both on the front end and in the back end, we use JavaScript. So just by knowing JavaScript, you are able to build a full stack application. Now, with that said, let's explain these in simple terms. So what is a database? You can just think of it like a place where you store the data. It's much more than this, but this is the general idea behind it, right? Just a container where you store the data, like messages, users, anything that is related to, your application data. Then I said Express is our web framework. But what does that mean? So a web framework is a ready-to-use toolbox for building web applications faster and more easily. So why use a web framework? Well, it's going to save a lot of time, and it's going to make our code cleaner and more organized. And now Express is going to handle all kinds of common tasks like routing, error handling, middlewares, anything that you can think of. We could build our application absolutely from scratch without using Express, but it is unnecessary. So there is already a huge team behind Express. They have built it. It's been around more than 10 years. So everything is already built and optimized. So it's going to save us a lot of time, right? So this is what we mean when we say a web framework. Just a ready-to-use toolbox for building web apps faster and more easily. And then we have Node.js, which is our JavaScript runtime. That means this is going to allow us to run JavaScript on the server side. Now let's go into somewhere like facebook.com. So here you can just press right click, and under the console you can just write JavaScript, right? So you can say something like console.log 123. Okay, so we are able to run JavaScript on the client side, but how do we run it on the server side? Well, this is where Node.js comes into play. Back in the old days, you couldn't really run JavaScript on the server side. You could only run it on the client side, right? And now, if you don't have JavaScript on your laptop or in your machine, you can just go into nodejs.org, press this download button, and then everything will be selected for you. You're either on Mac or Windows or any of these. Just press this one and install it. Now, in this tutorial, I'm using Mac, but it's completely fine if you're using Windows or really anything else. And yeah, so that's JavaScript runtime. And then we're going to have the React, which is our front-end library. This is going to make everything much more easier to build the UI. And as I said, on top of everything, we're going to be using Scikit.io, which is a real-time communication library. Okay, so I don't really want to get into the details of every single one of these at the moment. So I'm just going to leave it as it is. I think now you know a basic understanding of these tools. We have our database, web framework, JavaScript runtime, front-end library, and real-time communication library. Now let's quickly talk about how does a full-stack application work in the first place. So this is a front-end application that I built just for testing purposes. So this is what we call the client. Basically, it's your front-end, right? So whenever I say client or front-end, I'm talking about the same thing. So here you can just create nodes. You can have title, description, and then the date. Then you can delete them or edit them. And basically, let's say you want to delete one of them. If you press this button, that means you want to send a request to your server, right? And your server will be built with Node.js and Express. Now, what this server will do, it's going to send a request to your database, which is going to be MongoDB, and it's going to say, we want to delete this node, right? Because you just sent a delete request. And then if everything goes well, that's going to be deleted from database and your server will send a success response back to client. So we are going to just remove it from the UI. Okay, so that's basically full stack application in simple terms. You have request and response. So response will either succeed or fail. Now you might be asking, why do we have server in the first place? Like what happens if we just remove the server but instead send the request to database, right? And get a response back. Now the thing here is that now a user can delete the data of everyone, right? They can just delete our entire database, which is not really optimal. Because if you think you're gonna have a bunch of different users in your application, so this user now can delete the data of these people, right? Which is not really acceptable. So that's why you're gonna have a server, right? An API, which is going to, filter the requests so everyone can delete only their data, not the data of someone else. And this is where API comes into play. It sounds a bit complicated, like it stands for Application Programming Interface, but then beginners ask, like, what does that mean, right? So just think of it like in simple terms, it allows two different applications to talk to each other, right? Or you can think of it also like front end and back end talking with each other, right? Our API allows that. So if you think now we have one application, which is our client side, our React front-end application, and the other one is our, let's say, our server side, right? Our API is going to allow them to talk with each other. Or you can also think like our front-end wants to talk with our database. So API is going to handle that. Now, if I have to give an analogy, that would be a waiter in real world in a restaurant. So let's go through it. When you go to a restaurant, you don't really walk into the kitchen and ask for a bowl of chicken, right? There is the man in the middle, the waiter. You make the order and it's gonna go into the kitchen and it's gonna check if chicken existed, right? And it's gonna say, hey chef, this user wants to get a bowl of chicken. Do we have it? If so, it's gonna bring it from the kitchen and deliver it. Now that means you just got a response of success, right? You sent a request and you got a response back. Now, if chicken doesn't exist at the moment, the guy will also came back to you with a response, but this time it's gonna fail, right? So you still have the request and response lifecycle. And the reason that you are not allowed to go into a kitchen is because maybe you're gonna kill the chef, right? So they cannot really trust you. Or you're gonna take all the materials and you're gonna throw them to the floor, or you're gonna burn yourself. So it's both for the benefit of yourself and the chef, right? You can kill him or you can burn yourself. So that's the analogy that you can keep in mind for API. So you're sending a request to your API, which is going to interact with the server backend system like database or any kind of tool, and then you're gonna get a response back. And I hope that this makes sense. Now, there are a couple of different types of APIs, but the one that you'll be interested in and you'll be building, hearing most of the time is going to be a REST API. And REST API uses HTTP methods. Now, here are the most common ones, and let's try to go over them with an example from Instagram. So when you open up Instagram, you see some posts, right, in your feed because you sent a GET request behind the scenes. So you would use GET request whenever you want to get some data, right? So when you go to, Facebook or any kind of social media application, any kind of application really, you send a GET request to fetch some data. And there is POST request, which is used whenever you want to create something. So when you want to create an image or a post on Instagram, you send a POST request. And then let's say you posted something on Instagram and now you would like to update the caption. Then you would send a put request to update the post. And there is delete request, as the name suggests. It is used to delete a resource. In this example, like when you delete a post from Instagram. And then there are HTTP status codes. So it goes from anything between 100 to 500. Let's try to go over them pretty quickly. So anything that is related to 100, like from 100 to 199, it is informational message, right? And when you go into 200s, basically it is a success message. So whenever you see something like 200 status code, or I don't know, 201, 299, all of them are success messages. The most common one are these two, the 200, which means okay, everything worked as expected. 201, which means created. So when a resource is created successfully from the server side, you would send 201 back to client. Okay, so these are the things that we'll get into. If it sounds confusing, just don't even worry about that. Then anything related to 300, it means redirection. Please pause the video and read it. It's gonna make sense. So I'm gonna move forward to not waste any time. So I think every single one of us has at least seen 404 not found message. So anything related to 400 status code is a client error. So these happen when the problem is on the user side, meaning your browser or your application made a bad request. So here are the most common ones. Please pause the video and read it. You can even take them as your notes, but I'm gonna provide these diagrams in the description, so you don't really need to type them out to somewhere else. So we have bad request, unauthorized, forbidden, not found, and too many requests. So this one is used for rate limiting, which means, let's say you go to Facebook and you nonstop spam this button. So you're sending GET requests constantly, right? And let's say if you send, in 1 minute, let's say they have in 1 minute 60 requests as the rate limit. So if you send 61 requests, that very last one is going to fail. In UI, you're going to see something like 429, too many requests. Please try, in a couple of minutes. Okay, so these are the most common status codes for 400. And then we have the 500, which means the server errors, right? And these happen when something goes wrong on the server side, even though the client made a valid request. So here are the most common ones, and I took a screenshot from GitHub. So when the GitHub servers are down, they show you this kind of a UI. And this is 503, which means service unavailable. So server is temporarily overloaded or it's down. Alright, so that was my quick crash course on full stack web development as well as the tech stack that we will be using. Now with that said, let's go into VS Code and get started with the actual coding. So we are going to build our API under the backend, and we are going to build our UI, our front-end app, under the front-end folder. First off, we're going to start with the backend. We're going to build most of the things, and then we will jump into the front end. But initially, let's try to initialize both of them, right? So first off, I'm going to open up my terminal. The shortcut for this is Command J on VS Code. So I'm going to say cd, and by the way, I killed the left-hand side with Control B or Command B if you're in Mac or Windows. Okay, so I'm going to say cd into the front end. You can just press, let me show you this once again. I'm going to open this up with Control J. I'm going to say cd, you can press F and tab is going to complete it. Then press enter. Now I'm going to say npm create vite at latest, and I'm going to put dot at the end. We are going to create a React application using vite, and we will say initialize it under the current folder, which is front end, right? So it's going to create the React app right here. So run this, you might get a question like saying, okay, just press enter and then select React, and we're going to be using JavaScript on the client side. And we can use React 19, which is the latest version. So I'm going to select JavaScript plus React compiler. And I'm going to say, yes, go ahead, install it and start my front-end application. So this is going to go ahead and scaffold an app under the front end. It's going to get all the files and folders that we need to run our app. Now I'm already running the demo application. So in your case, you might see 5173. This is what I got. Let me just kill the demo application I have. I'm going to kill the terminal and rerun it, npm run dev. So now I have the same port as you have. You can control click to it. So here it opens up in VS Code, but you can also visit it from the browser. So I'm just going to say localhost 5173. So this is the boilerplate application you get from Vite, but we are going to update it in the incoming sections. Okay, so for now we can kill this terminal. We just have a basic front-end app that we're going to get into in the next couple of hours. First, we would like to initialize a Node.js application. So I'm going to open up my terminal, cd into the backend. Again, I'll just press B and press tab. And then we're going to say npm init-y. This is going to create a package.json file. So our Node.js application is initialized. Let's clear this up and we can install a couple of different packages. So as usual, the first thing we will install is going to be the Express web framework. The other thing we are going to be installing, let's say .env. This is a package where you can access your environment variables. And I'm going to get into that in the incoming minutes or sections. Then the other thing we can get, I think, something like Mongoose. This is going to allow us to communicate with our database in a very easy manner, okay? So Mongoose will be used to communicate with our database. We're going to install the course package, which is something that we will use to get rid of the course errors. And I'll explain what is the course errors in the incoming sections. I think like we will have a bunch of different more packages, but for now I'm going to install these. We're going to get the node modules as well as the package log JSON file in a second. And everything has been installed. Now we can create a file like under the backend. We can call it index.js. You can call it server.js or app.js. You know, the convention is generally any of them really, but I'll go with index.js since this is the most common one. And here we can just, you know, import the express. So I'm going to say const express require the express package. Now, if you want to use the import syntax, I'll get into that in a second. Then we can create an app by just calling the express package or the express method. And then we can say this app should listen on a port. I'm going to go with 3000. And once it is started, we can just say console log server is up and running on port 3000. Okay, how do we run this file? Well, we can just go under the backend. We can say run the index.js with the node script or the node command. As you can tell, our server is up and running. Now, the problem here is that every time you update something, like let's just say you say 1, 2, 3, if you save, it's not going to update. So you have to kill this and rerun it to see the latest changes. Now, there is, like, hopefully, there is a solution for it. You can go under the package JSON. So we can create a script. Let's delete the test. I'm going to say dev, which means on development. We are going to run the index.js with the node, you know, with this command, just like in terminal, but we can add -- watch flag. So this is going to listen for the real-time changes. So I'm going to run npm run dev because this is how we call it. If this was hello, you would say npm run hello, right? I'm going to save and run. Notice how this is listening with the watch command. So if I just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, once I save, notice how it's going to be restarted. Now, in the past, you would use a package called nodemon, like this. So you would say npm install nodemon and then use it. But now with the latest version of Node.js, I think you don't really need to do it. Just add the watch flag. Node already has this feature. Now, just in case if this did not work for some of you guys, I'll show you the nodemon solution. So kill your terminal, clear this up, and just say npm install nodemon-d. So this is going to be installed as dev dependency, as you can tell. So these are for production, but this is for development only. And then you can go here, just say nodemon index.js. Let's run this now, npm run dev. And again, we are listening for the real-time changes, right? So if you just say 1, 2, save, it's immediately getting updated. Now, the other thing that I want to update is the import syntax. So I don't really want to use this one. I want to use something like import express from express. This is much more convenient and it's like a modern way of doing it, right? And I can use also things like export, default, something, right? It's very easy to implement. All you need to do is going under the package.json and just saying type, not types. It should be type, should be equal to module. Well, it turns out we already have it. Not common.js, it should be module. And now you can use this syntax. Now the other thing that I want to do is following the best practices. So here, if you take a look at the front end, all your application code goes under the source folder. And this makes your code base a lot more organized. And we can do the similar thing under the backend. So I'm going to create the source folder and I'll put the index.js into it. Now, as soon as I do it, notice how our application will crash. And the reason is, it says, okay, you're trying to run this file, but I don't really see it. So we're going to say, you're correct, it's under the source folder. Once you do it, kill your terminal, clear this up and rerun it. Now we don't really have any errors. And we're going to create a bunch of different folders in the future, but for now, let's create some of them. So we're going to have routes, we're going to have controllers, I think we're going to have something like lib, which stands for library, and we are going to initialize third-party packages right here. Then we can have a config file or config folder. For now, I'm just going to have the models. This is where we will add our schema. Like for users, what do we store? Do we store the username, full name, email, profile pic? We're going to put the schema within here. Then we're going to do the same thing for messages. We're going to have something called webhooks as well. Again, if you don't know what that means, I'll explain in detail. It's actually such a nice concept and it's something I think all beginners should know. And I promise I'll walk you through it in detail. Okay, so these are some of the folders that we are going to be using later in the video. The other thing we would like to do is creating a .env file. So this is where we will put some of our secrets, like our database URL, right? Here, if you have a database URL, you want this to be a secret because when you push this code to GitHub, you don't really want anyone to see this value. So we are going to ignore it from the Git so no one can access to it, right? And how do you access this value from your code? Well, this is where we installed the .env package. So you would basically just say import .env and you would call the config module. And from here now, let's just say I would like to get the DB URL and I'm going to call it something like test for now. And I can say console.log. I'm going to say db underscore URL is equal to, you can just say process .env, and then you need to put this key, which is db underscore URL. If this was db URL 123, you had to put that, right? So I'm going to bring this back. Now let's save and open up our terminal. As you can tell, we can get this value. Let's delete this part just to see the value. Here we go. Now, if you delete this import, you're going to get undefined, right? Like it's not able to read the value. That's why we are using the .env package in the first place. Now, one of the best conventions or the best practices is to get your port and put it under the .env. So I'm just going to call it as port, put the value, delete it from here. It's not going to be hard-coded. So I'm going to create a variable, let's say const port, all uppercase, and we're going to say process.env, get the port. So we're going to listen to it. So this is just exactly saying 300 like this. But now we are getting it from the .env file. And then here I'm going to say it's running on this port. And then you can put the port value. If you take a look at the terminal, again, it is running exactly as it was before. So this means .env file is not only for secret keys, but sometimes it's also for configuration variables, like our port in this case. Now, speaking of databases, let's go ahead and initialize our database and get our secret key, put it under the .env file. For our database, as you already know, we're going to be using MongoDB, and you can find the link in the description. Go ahead and sign up. It's completely free to get started with, and it's very, very generous, so you don't really need to pay to get started. So I'm going to go ahead and log in with my Google account, but you can also log in with your GitHub account. And then once we are in, we are going to create a project. And by the way, this video is kindly sponsored by MongoDB. A huge shout out to their team for making this video possible. Now, once you are logged in, you will be under your dashboard, which is MongoDB Atlas. And one thing I personally like about this is that getting started is just really straightforward. So we can just spin up a cloud database in just a few minutes and focus on building features instead of managing the infrastructure. So let's go ahead and try to create a new project. These are all the projects that I have created in the past. So just say view all projects. And then we are going to create one called iMessage. You can call it anything really. I'm going to say iMessage. I'm going to say next. Project owner is going to be me. So leave everything as it is and say create the project. Now, once you create the project, within that project, you need to create a cluster. So this is going to give you like the free plan, your provider, region, and specs. So don't get confused by these. Just press the button. And from here, we can select the free plan. As you can tell, 500 megabytes is really, really generous because you're not storing images here. You're storing tiny bit of data, and like this will be enough until you have like 10,000 users or something. And you can select any of these providers. I'm gonna leave everything as it is, but I'm gonna change the region. I'm in Southeast Asia, so I think I can go with Sydney. This is the closest one to me. Or I have Singapore. Yeah, I think I can go with this one. It's closer to me. And then I'm going to leave everything as it is. I'm going to say create the deployment. Now, before you do so, if you would like to see some test data in your database, you can select this one, but I'm going to unselect it because I want to start with a fresh database. So this is for testing purposes if you're just getting started with MongoDB. I would say don't select it so that we have the exact same structure or same code base, same dashboard. Now once you create that, you will be redirected to the screen. You can copy your password, say create the database user, and then choose a connection method. So from here, select the drivers because we are going to be connecting to our database using Node.js, right? And from here now, you have the connection string. Just toggle the show password so you can see it and copy the string. Then we're going to go back to VS Code. I'm going to call this as Mongo_URI. This is one of the best practices or the conventions. But if you wanted to, you can also call it as database URL. I'm going to call it Mongo_URI, which means like our database connection string. So you have your username, then you have your password. Don't try to use mine because I'm going to delete this before publishing this video. And just before the question mark, you can add your database name. If you don't add anything, it's going to be called as test. But here, I think I can call it like iMessage_DB. Okay, so once again, put it before the question mark. Now with this, we have our database set it up. Can you believe it? We haven't done anything else other than pressing some buttons, but now we literally have a database. So you can go under the clusters and you can just say browse the collections. At the moment, we don't really have any collections, right? So it's gonna be empty, but in a couple of minutes, so we're gonna have users and messages. These are the things that MongoDB gives you out of the box, but I think they're just empty. Okay, one thing that I want to do, like very last thing, we will go under the security, database and network access. And from here, I will go under the IP access list. And then we're going to say add IP address. So from here, for now, we can give access from everywhere, right? Since we are in development, that should be fine. And here you can add 0. Let me just zoom in. So 0.0.0 like 4 times /0. So as you can tell, it says this access list entry potentially allows access to all addresses, which is fine. We are in development. So you can go ahead and add a comment if you're interested. It is optional. So I'm just going to say confirm it. So after 1 minute or even 30 seconds, it'll become active, and that means we are good to go. Now, since we are building a real-time chat application, using MongoDB as the primary database makes sense here because we need something that's flexible, easy to work with, and something that can handle lots of user-generated data like messages, conversations, I don't know, notifications, and so on. Alright, so we got our very first secret key, which is our database connection, and we put it under the .env file. Before we end this section, let's try to go ahead and get the other secret keys that we're gonna need. So we're gonna need one for the authentication and the other one for image uploads. Let's first get started with the authentication one. So for this, we're going to be using Clerk. I'm going to leave the link in the description. It's completely free to get started with, so we can just go with the free plan. So go ahead and sign up. I already have an account, so I'll just log in. And before I do so, like Clerk gives you these components out of the box, so you don't really need to code it from scratch. So this is the sign up component. This is the sign in. You have user button, you even have like waitlist. If this is a feature that you'd like to implement, you will just call this component from client and that's it. There is also even like the billing. You can add subscriptions, monthly, yearly, even like organizations if you're interested. Here we will use it for authentication and we will use the webhooks. I'm going to explain everything in the incoming sections. For now, just go into your dashboard and we are going to create a project. So here I will go ahead and say create a new application. You can give it a name. Here I'm going to say, I think just iMessage. And now you can include any of these sign-in options, right? Apple, Facebook, GitHub, like you name it, they have it all. But in this case, I will leave it as Google and I think email just to keep it simple. And I would say do the same thing as I do. Okay, so we're going to create the application and they have a bunch of different SDKs as you can tell, from Next.js to Expo to Astro, I don't know. I'm going to select the Express and here under the .env file, we would like to get the secrets. I'm going to copy it and go right here and we'll paste this in. In the incoming sections, we are going to be using them. Now, the other thing that we would like to set up is going to be ImageKit, and you find the link in the description. It's completely free to get started with. So ImageKit is a real-time media processing product that helps optimize, stream, and transform images and videos for the web. And as I said, they have a forever free plan, which is very generous, so you don't need a credit card to be able to follow along. Now, one of the primary reasons that you would like to use a service like ImageKit is because of the media optimizations and transformations. So think of it in that way. Like you have an image or a video that you send to other user in your chat app. Let's say this is a video and it's like 10 megabytes, which is a very large file. So this is not really acceptable because most of the users will have a slow internet connection, right? So it's going to be very, very slow for them to load this video or the image. But what ImageKit will do is going to take the media and it's going to compress and convert it to, suitable formats for every single device. So it's a laptop, maybe the internet, the size would be a little bit larger. But if it is a phone, it's going to be a bit smaller, right? So it's going to do all kinds of optimizations for, depending on the device that users are using. So every single production grade company or product are using a tool like ImageKit. With that said, go ahead and log in. I already have an account, but if you don't have, you can sign up. So you're just gonna fill this in and maybe you will have an onboarding process, like providing a couple of simple fields, and then you should be good to go. Once you log in, you will be in the dashboard. As you can tell, we have a bunch of different SDKs, just like in Clerk. If you're building it for iOS, with any of these frameworks, you can take a look at their SDKs. In our case, we just want to get the developer options for now, which is going to be our secret key. So I'm going to go ahead and press the developer options and I'm going to get the private key. So for this, I think if you don't have a password, you need to create it. In my case, I have it. So I'm going to say submit, and I'm going to copy this value and go back into .env file. And I'm going to say ImageKit underscore private underscore key. I'm going to paste this in and you are going to be using it. Now, don't try to use mine because I'm going to delete it as well. And the other thing that you can explore is the dashboard. So you have the media library. These are the things that you would upload from your application. And they're going to give you some demo images so you can test that out. And here under the folders, so these are the things that we created in the past tutorials, I think. Let's go back. So we have users like results, uploads. So we are going to do a similar thing in this tutorial as well. We will upload our files and you will be able to see them from here. Okay, so with that said, I think that's it for this section where we initialized our code base and we set up some of our secret keys. So with that said, I think we can close everything and we can initialize this as a Git repo. So what I'm going to do first, I'll go into my terminal. Let's kill this, clear this up. So I'm just going to start from the root. So we are not under the backend or not in the front end. We are right here. I'm just going to say git init. And we need to create a git ignore file. And here I'm going to include node modules. So we don't really want to track these folders. As you can tell, we went from 1000 changes to 21. And of course, we would like to hide the env files as well. Now what you can do is actually copy this entire file and put it right here. And on top of everything, I just have node modules and .env. I think it's already included, so I'm going to delete this one, but I'm going to keep the .env. So when we push this code to GitHub, we are not going to see this file, okay? So let's actually do it. I will open up my terminal. I'm going to say git add everything, and we're going to say git commit -m, and we can call something like initial commit. Now I'm going to clear this up. Now we can go into GitHub and push this to our repo. So head over to your GitHub account, press here and say new repository. Then we're going to say iMessage. I'm going to leave everything as default, but I'll make it private for now. Once I publish this video, I'll make it to be public. So at the time that you're watching, this will be public. So I'm going to say create the repository. And then I'll just scroll to the bottom. I'm going to copy this because we already have an existing repository, right? We're just going to take this, which is in our local machine, in our laptop. We will send it to internet. In this case, that's going to be GitHub. So once you refresh, you will be able to see everything that you just created. Now, notice how we don't have the .env file. It is only in our local machine. And the other thing is that we don't really have any of these folders, right? We created them, but since they are empty, Git doesn't really track of them. If you have some files, and then they will be visible, but it is fine at the moment. So we just only have them in our local machine. Okay, so with that said, hopefully I'm gonna see you in the next lesson. Alright, so in this section, let's go ahead and get started with the data modeling under the models. So here we are gonna have two different files. One for the user model and the other one for the messages. So here there are a couple of different conventions, or I would say the best practices. So instead of calling it as users.js, what other developers do is that you would say user.js, so you make it singular and you capitalize it, right? The other one is calling it in this way, so user.model.js. So this is the extension, right? This is a regular JavaScript file. This is not really the extension, okay? So here you can really put anything. It's still a JavaScript file. Notice how on model, the icon changes, but that's because I have an extension in VS Code, right? This is a regular JavaScript file. Just keep that in mind. And this is the convention that I'd like to use, but if you wanted to, you can use this one as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get user model.js, and we are going to create the other model, which is going to be message model. Okay, first let's get started with the user model. Now everything that we do here is going to be coming from MongoDB database, so you can double check, but here I'll try to explain it step by step. So if you remember, we have the Mongoose package. So this is going to allow us to access to our database or communicate with our database, I would say, right? So let's go under the user model and just see how we can use it. So first you would import Mongoose from the Mongoose package. Then you can create a schema. I'll explain how that works. First, just create the constant and we're going to say new mongoose.schema. And this is going to get an object where you can define your fields. Like every user will have an email or every user will have a full name, profile picture, so on and so forth, right? So here I'm going to say they're going to have an email and the type of this is going to be string. So you would say type and then just say string. Then comma, let's say this is going to be required. So you would say required, it's equal to true. And then email should be unique for every single user. Wait, how do we spell unique? Okay, unique, that's equal to true. Now I'm gonna copy this and paste this. Now this time it's gonna be for full name. This doesn't really have to be unique. We could have two different users with the same name, right? Like they could have John Doe as the name, so this doesn't have to be unique. So I'm gonna delete this, but I'm gonna say this has to be required. And type will be equal to string. And I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna have the profile pic this time. Type will be string. It doesn't have to be required. So we can just say by default, if user doesn't really have any value for it, it could be an empty string. If you don't add this, I think it's going to be undefined or null. So I think it's just better to have an empty string. This is how we can add default values. Now that would be it. On top of this, MongoDB will add an ID field. So it's going to be called _ID, and that would be generated automatically by MongoDB. But since we are using Clerk, which is the authentication service, I would like to have a reference to Clerk ID. So you're going to see how that works, but just above the email, I'm going to have the Clerk ID field, just like any of these. So it's going to be type of string. Let me actually copy and paste. So this is going to be required, and I'm going to get the unique field. Because it's an ID, it has to be unique. So with this, we have a schema for user. Now we are going to say we would like to create a model. So we'll say mongoose.model, and here is the convention. You don't really say users, you make it capitalized and singular. And then you say pass the user schema, which is this thing that we created. Then you assign it to a value called user. Again, this is the convention. And at the very end, you would just say export default this user. Now, anytime you want to interact with your users in the database, you're going to use this object, okay? So let's go under the index.js. I'll just give you an example. You would get the user model and you would say something like, I don't know, find one by ID and update. Or I don't know, like, do we have select? Not really. So we have a bunch of different things and you're going to see how to use them. So once again, let me walk you through it. You import Mongoose, you create a schema which tells your code base like which fields you're going to have. Every single user will have a Clerk ID. It is required, type of string, and it is unique. You can see the rest of it. So they're going to have an email, full name, and profile pic. We get the model and we export it so that we can use this later at some point to create users, I don't know, update their profiles, or even delete them. So we're going to do a similar thing for the message model. Now there is one thing that I'd like to add. So this is an optional field. You would add a second object and here you would say timestamps of true. And what this does is basically once a user created, it's going to add the created at field, like created at and updated at. So these are the fields that will be generated by MongoDB automatically since you add this object. And we can use this field to show something like, you know, this user is member since, and then whatever the created at date is, right? This is how that works. When you see something like on, you know, on Facebook, this is a member since 2015. So they basically replace this part with the created at date. Okay, I hope that makes sense. You can leave it as a, you know, note or comment, let's say created at and updated at. Okay, now with this, we can go under the message model and do a similar thing. So we're going to import Mongoose from the Mongoose package, and we're going to create a message schema. We're going to call new mongoose.schema. We're going to pass one object for the fields and then the other one for the timestamps. So I'm going to say true. And then at the very end, I think we're going to first just say the message model. We can say mongoose.model is going to be called as message, again singular and capitalized. Then you're going to pass the message schema, and eventually you're going to say export default the message model. And you're going to use this message model anytime you want to interact with your messages in the database. Like when you want to create a message, I don't know, update one, delete one, etc. And even fetching the messages. Now let's go into this object and create our fields. So first off, a message will have a sender and a receiver, right? And we would like to store them under an ID field. So you would like to say sender ID, and type of this is not going to be as simple as saying string, because this should be an object ID. Because if you think a sender will be a user document, right? So type of it will be like this. So we're going to say mongoose.schema.types.object_id. Now, this might look a bit confusing or weird, but it is just coming from documentation. Instead of putting string, you say this is going to be an object ID, okay? And then we say this is going to be a reference to a user, right? And so this user is matching with our user model. And then we're going to say it has to be required. So I'm going to say required should be equal to true. Okay, in the exact same way, we are going to have a sender. So you can just copy and paste, but just update the key, which will be receiver ID. So this means sender and receiver is going to be a user object. Now on top of this, we're going to add a different field. So basically, if you think a message can be either a text, image, or even a video. So here I'm going to say it can have the text field, which is going to be equal to type of string, or it could be an image. I'm going to copy and paste, or it could be video. Now, the type of image and video will also be string, because we're going to store a URL which will be stored in ImageKit. Okay, so just think of it like we will have something like imagekit.io / I don't know, like image, and then some kind of an ID that is going to reference to the message image, right? Whatever that is. Okay, so just know that this is going to be type of string as well. So with this, we are completely done with this file. I know this might look a little bit weird, but basically you store the sender ID and receiver ID as a reference to the user model. Alright, so with that, this is our message model. I'm gonna zoom out so you can see everything in one picture. We have Mongoose import, we have our schema with the timestamps, then we create the model and export it. So we're gonna use this object to be able to get messages, create them, update them, and delete them. And now currently in our application, we have only one user, which is us, right? But it is fine if this application grows to 100,000 users, because MongoDB provides scaling options without requiring us to completely change the databases. Okay, so that's one thing to keep in mind. It doesn't really matter if you have one user or if you scale to millions, it's completely fine. MongoDB can handle it. Now with that said, we have our models. Let's go ahead and create a file under the lib. I'm going to call it as db.js. And within this file, let me first zoom in. Within this file, we're going to use our Mongo URI connection string so that we can connect to our database. So here, I'll just try to type this out with you. First off, we would like to get the import from Mongoose. And then we can create a function. So I'm just going to say async function. Name can be something like connectdb. And this is not going to get any parameters. So I'm going to delete that. We're going to have a try and catch block. Under the try, first off, I'm going to get my environment variable. And I'm going to call it as like db URL or I'm gonna say Mongo URI, just like this. And we can just say process.env dot, like I will go under the env file and I'm just gonna copy it, paste it so that I don't really have any typos. And here I'm gonna check if I have this value or not. So I'm gonna say if this doesn't exist, right? I'm gonna say I'd like to throw a new error. And I'm gonna say something like Mongo underscore URI is required. So you don't really have it. You need to create it under the .env file. And then if we have this, we're going to skip this if check. Then we can just say await mongoose.connect and pass the Mongo URI into it. So this is going to connect to our database. So here we can just say console.log MongoDB connected. But here I want to get the connection. So I'm going to say const connect or connection, right? And here I'll just say connection.connection.host. So this is just something that I want to have in the terminal. So I'm going to leave it in this way. But you don't really have to assign this variable. And if we have some errors, then we're going to hit the catch block. I can just say MongoDB connection error with the console.error, and we're going to say process.exit with the status code of 1. Now 1 means failure and 0 means success. Just keep that in mind. So I'm going to say 1 means failed, 0 means success. And since we are in the catch block, that means it has failed. So we're going to exit with the status code of 1. And then here we can basically export this method. Then we can go under the index.js. Once we start listening on this port, instead of saying only this, so I'm going to cut this in a second with Control X. Again, here I'm going to paste this in, and maybe right before that, I'm going to say call the connectDB method. And let's take a look at the terminal. If I try to clear this up, cd into the backend, and run my app, okay, something has failed. Let's see. It says cannot find user model. Okay, so what is happening is that it says you're getting the user model as an import, but I cannot see that file. Even though it is right here, we cannot see it. It's because you need to add the .js at the end if you're importing a local file, because we are using type of module. So it is required to put the extension. So here I'm going to add extension right here as well. Let's save, and hopefully it should work. Server is up and running, and after 1 or 2 seconds, MongoDB connected as well. So I'm going to save once again. Notice how it takes a couple of seconds for MongoDB to connect it. And that's because we are sending a request over the network. Okay, so we have our database connection. The other thing that I would like to do is adding a health endpoint. So I'm going to say app.get. If we send a get request to /health, we would like to check if our server is up and running. So we're going to get the request and response. Within this, we can just say response.status of 200, which means everything went successfully. Then we're going to say JSON. You can send anything really, but in this case, I'm going to say OK of true. So this is again one of the conventions that we have. So the point of this is that you can just go to the browser and you can send a request to your endpoint, which is /health. If you're getting OK of true, that means your server is up and running without any issues, right? But let's just try to make this fail. I'm going to delete this part. Server has failed. And if you visit this, now you're going to see it is not really up and running, right? So from here, you understand something is wrong in your server. So that's the point of this endpoint. Alright, so now that we have this, I'd like to talk about something called middleware. And first, before we write any code, let's go under the diagrams, and here I'd like to walk you through it pretty quickly. So middleware sounds very complicated, but it's actually such a simple concept. So we have request and response lifecycle, right? So it is just a function that runs in the middle. So in the middle of request and response. Let's say from the client, you sent a request. Before server sends you a response back, there is going to be a function that we would like to run. And this is what we call middleware, right? It's the thing that is happening between request and response. So here you can add like authentication check, you can add some console logging, it could be anything really. So here in terms of authentication, like client sends a request to the server, right? And the server first will check if user is authenticated before sending the response back, right? So this is a perfect use case for middleware. Or you can have like rate limiting. Let's say this user sends multiple requests, right? Like it's just refreshing all the time. Before you send a response back, you can handle it with a middleware. So for authentication, we are going to be using the Clerk middleware. And for this, let's actually go ahead and install the package. So I'm going to go back to VS Code and I'm going to kill my terminal. Make sure you're under the backend and you will say npm install at clerk/express. Now everything that we're going to be doing that is related to authentication, you can just check from the Clerk Express quick start. So everything is coming from the documentation. I'll try to explain as simple as possible, but just know that if you'd like to go into the details, this is where everything is coming from. So we already set up our API keys, right? We installed the package just now, and we already have Express, so we can skip the first 3 steps. Here it says go ahead and import the Clerk middleware and just put it at some place in your app. So I'm gonna go ahead, run my app, and then I will import this. Then we can just put it right after the port. So I'm gonna say app.use, and we can call the Clerk middleware method. And you can hover over it to see what that does. Basically, this is a middleware that integrates Clerk authentication into your Express application. It's going to check the request cookies and headers for a session JWT, and if found, it's going to attach the Auth object to the request object under the Auth key. So basically, we had the request object, right? By adding this, now we have this field. So under the request.auth, we can check if this user is authenticated or not. So you don't really need to go into the details of it, like Clerk has already implemented in the best way possible and it's free to use, so just put it right here. And above this, I'm gonna add 2 more middlewares. The very first one is the most common one, which is, this should be app use, by the way. Whenever you want to have a middleware, you would use app.use, okay? And we're gonna say call the express.json. So this is going to allow us to parse the incoming data, parse the JSON data that is coming from the client side. So here, let's say user sends you a message, you can say request.body, and from here you can destructure that message or the image or video, anything, right? So it's going to parse the data and put it under the request.body so you can destructure it. Okay, the other one is going to be, let's say, app.use, and we need to call the course package. So this is something that I will explain. Let's first try to import it. So I'm just gonna put it right here. I'll say import course from the course package. So before we write any code, let me try to explain what is course in the first place. I'm pretty sure that you have seen that annoying message in your terminal at some point, but let me just go over it once again pretty quickly. So CORS stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing, and this is a browser security rule. So when a website tries to get data from another website, like let's say your frontend is calling an API on a different domain, the browser might block it for security reasons because it can think of it like the website that is calling your website or your API, like this could be some kind of attacker, right? A malformed website. So that's why we have it. It's really, really good, even though it's kind of annoying, but it's something necessary. And here I have an example. Let's say this is your front end. You're running it on localhost 3000 and an API backend at this URL. Your front end makes a fetch request to get the data, like fetch to the API, but the browser says you're coming from localhost 3000 and you're trying to access this URL that's a different origin. I need to make sure the API is in the allow list, right? So in short, course error is you tried to get data from another site, but the browser didn't let you. And the fix is you should tell the backend to allow requests from your front end. And let's try to have the fix now. You can leave it just in this way, but this is not really good. This is for development. This allows any website to call your API, right? But we only want our front end to call it. So I'm gonna go under the .env first, and I'm gonna create a front end URL. So I'll say front end underscore URL. In development, this is our front-end URL. So it's going to be our React app, localhost. If you remember, it was 5173. But once we deploy our app, we are going to update this, right? In development, this is what we have. So I'm going to copy this name. So I'm going to say duplicate it. Our front-end URL is going to be coming from .env. And we can basically add it right here. So I'm going to say the origin is going to be equal to front-end URL, and we are going to say credentials should be equal to true. And you might be asking, what does this mean? Well, basically it says allow the client to send the cookies or the auth headers with the request. Okay, so these are the middlewares that we're gonna have, and you can put it right here after the express initialization. Alright, so with all these changes, I think we can leave this section right here where we created a method where we can connect our database, and then we have created our models. Then we also learned about the middleware, and we have implemented some of them. We also finally created a health endpoint just to check if our server is running successfully, right? So with this, I'm going to go ahead and stage everything, generate a commit message, and then I'm going to commit this. And let's sync this up. So it's going to take these local changes and push it to GitHub. Let's double check. This is the repo. Okay, as you can tell, we just got the latest changes right now. In the next section, we can get started with the basics of authentication under the front end. So we have already kind of like implemented on the server side, but we would like to see that authentication component in our front end. So I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started with the basics of authentication on the front-end side. So first off, I'll open up my terminal. Let's create a new one. I will cd into the front end, and I'm going to say npm run dev. Actually, before I run it, so before I start my front-end app, let's go into the Clerk documentation and see how we can install the packages for React, right? So head over to clerk.com. So this is where I'm under the Express documentation, but I'll go under the React. And here, let's just scroll to the top. We already have a React application. So I'm going to skip this step, but we need to get the React SDK. So I'm going to paste this in and run it. Then the other thing is that we need to get the environment variable. So from here, select your project and then copy the environment variable. And we are going to paste it under the front end, under the .env file. Okay, so this is a key that you can publish, like it's not really a secret, but this will be used for authentication for Clerk. So here it says, go ahead and wrap your entire application with the Clerk provider component. So I'm going to get the import, and I will go under the front end, under the source, main file, and I'll get the import. Then I'm gonna wrap the entire application with Clerk provider. Now this means within our app, we can use any component, any function that are coming from Clerk. So now we will go under the app.jsx, which is this one. So I'm gonna basically delete everything for now. So here I can just wrap it with a div, and I'll say h1, something like my app, and we can delete everything. We don't really need them other than the CSS file. And then let's see the next step. So here it says you can create a header component. So I'm going to copy it, paste it right here. I'll walk you through it in a second. Just don't worry. First, get the imports from Clerk React. So believe it or not, we have implemented authentication on the front-end side. Literally just 2 steps, get the Clerk provider and the components. So here, as you can tell, we have the show element where we are going to display the sign in button and sign up button when user is signed out. But if user is signed in, we're going to show a user button. So let's run our app with npm run dev, and let's see what we're going to get. So we have our title first, and then we have two different buttons. So if you press sign in, it'll take you to the sign in screen where you can sign into iMessage. We have both of these options, which is either email or Google. Now we can go back and you can visit the sign up as well. Now one thing that I'd like to do, instead of having this as a separate page, so you can just come here and say mode is going to be equal to model. By default it is redirect. So I'm going to copy this, paste it right here as well, and let's test this out. If I press, now we are going to see a model, which is what I'd like to have. Okay, so let's try to sign in. So this will go ahead and create the account, and we can double check that from our Clerk dashboard. So here, select your project, and under the users, so far we don't really have anyone, right? But once user is authenticated, you can refresh, and you're going to see that this user has just signed in or signed up, right? But now the thing here is that we don't really have this user under the database, right? So our application is not in sync. We have the user in Clerk, but not really in the database, right? So we need to find a way to make both of these services to talk with each other. And for this, we are going to be using webhooks. Now, just in case if you have never heard webhooks, let me try to explain in simple terms. So basically, they are automated messages that are sent when something happens. So in this case, that something that's going to happen is when a user created, right? So we have two different services, which is Clerk and MongoDB. They don't really know about each other. So when a user is created in Clerk dashboard, Clerk has the webhooks, so it's gonna send an event to our server like user created, right? And this event can be handled in a way that we take the user, right? Like let's say this is our user. From Clerk, we're going to take it and also save it to our database, right? So basically, this will be sent automatically as an automated message when user signs up. Or you can do it in the same way when a user deleted, right? So deleted or a user updated. So these are the events that we are going to set up in Clerk dashboard. Let me pretty quickly display. Let's go under the configure, we have developers and we have webhooks. So we're going to be implementing this in the incoming sections, and I'll explain it in more detail as we get there. But first, to be able to implement this, you need a production ready URL, right? So that means we need to deploy our application first. And this is what we're going to be doing in the next section. Even though we don't really have anything interesting, but we can still deploy it, right? We have a server, we have a backend, and we have a front end. So we'll go ahead and deploy them, and then, so that we can implement the webhooks. So with this, I think we can commit our changes. And in the next section, we are going to deploy our app. So I'll go right here, stage everything. Let's generate a commit message using AI. So we integrated Clerk authentication by adding Clerk provider and updating the app component. Okay, so let's sync this up. And with this, I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, so it is time to deploy our application. But before we jump into coding, I'd like to show you the mental model that we would like to use. So currently, this is the state of our application, right? So we have the React, the front-end application under localhost 5173, and we have our API under localhost 3000. Now, instead of deploying them separately, like my backend.com and my frontend.com, instead of doing this, what we'd like to do is deploying both of them under the same domain. So this is what we call the monolith deployment, and I'll get into the details in a second. So basically, we're going to take this, right, the React application, we are going to serve it from the server. So we will have, let me delete this. So we will have our API and frontend under one single domain, and we can call it something like myiMessageApp.com, right? So basically, eventually at the end of the day, we would like to have our server to both serve the API so we can send our requests like get, post, put, delete, where we can create users, create messages, delete them, etc. But at the same time, we would like to serve our front-end application. So by visiting localhost 3000, now we are going to get both our API and our front-end URL, our React application, right? So once again, here's the big picture. We are going to deploy one single thing, which is going to be a Docker container. So we're going to write some Docker to deploy it, and we'll get into the details, so don't worry at all. So even though we have two separate applications, like a React front-end application and an Express backend API, they will get bundled together so that the backend serves the frontend, just like what I have explained. And this is called a monolith deployment, which means that there is no separate hosting for the frontend. Now let's go into VS Code and create that Docker file. So it's gonna be under the root. Just go ahead and create this file in the exact same manner, like Docker file. And then if you don't want to type this out, you can just get this file from the source code. This is what I'll be doing. It is like 40 lines of code with some comments, and I'll try to walk you through it. So this has three different stages. So the stage one is where we built the front-end application. So basically it's going to take this entire app, optimize it, and put it under a dist folder. And we'll do the same thing for the backend. So we're going to build the API, right? And then finally in the stage 3, we are going to basically serve the API routes and the front-end application from the public folder. So I know this might look a little bit complicated, but here I have some notes that I can walk you through it. So what happens step by step? Like we have three different stages. Our Docker file builds the image in 3 stages. Now this is not a Docker course, right? So I don't really want to get into all details of Docker, but just try to understand the general idea right here. And like if you delete some of them and ask me to type it all over again, I might fail, which is fine. Like you don't really need to memorize everything. Just understand what is going on, and you can always create these type of files with AI. And if I have to be honest, I generated them with AI, and then I, scan through it and double check everything is working as expected. And now I'm just sharing it with you. Okay, so pause the video and read it if you're interested, but I'll try to go through it pretty quickly. So in the first stage, we are taking our React code from the front end, and we are running npm run build. So you can take a look at it in the stage 1. This is exactly what we have. Let me just see, where is the npm run build? Okay, so it is right here. When you run this under the front end, there will be a dist folder created right here. So here you can tell that's going to be landing in under the dist folder. And then the public Clerk key gets baked into the JS right here. So this is our key that we had. And then in this stage 2, we built the backend. You can take a look at it. It'll basically take the source folder, copy it into a dist folder under the backend. So that's the convention. If you're deploying your app, you basically put them under the dist folder, right? And then finally in the stage 3, we are going to install only the production dependencies, and we are going to copy the backend code into the dist, and we are going to take our assets, which is our front-end application, and we are going to put it under the public folder. And with that, this is exactly what I have just explained. Now we are serving our API and our static assets, which is our front-end application. So once again, feel free to pause the video and read it. I think it's a bit confusing if you're seeing it for the first time, but it should give you an understanding and a basic idea what is going on here, right? At the end, eventually, we are running our index.js file, which is the entry point for backend. Okay, now, just like we have git ignore for git, we have docker ignore, right? So you would create this file, docker ignore, and you can get this content from source code. It is like 7 lines of code. Basically, it's going to ignore all these files and folders. Okay, so with this, the only thing we're left is going under the backend and writing maybe like 10 lines of code to set things up. So I'll go under the index.js. First, I'll get the fs module. So import fs from fs, which stands for file system. And you don't really need to install it because it is built into Node. Then we're going to get the path as well. So import path from the path. And here we will get the public directory. Just under the front end, you can create this variable called public directory. And we will basically say join the current working directory and find the public folder. And then we will scroll to the bottom. Let's go right above the app.listen. And I'm going to add something like if file system, and we're going to say exists, and we're going to say exists sync. So basically we're going to pass the public directory. This is going to check if the public directory exists so that we can serve the static files. So I'm going to add it as a comment, just so you have it in the source code. And this is for production build. In development, this is not really necessary. And then here we'll say call a middleware, which is express.static, and we're going to pass the public directory. So this is our React application, which is converted to static assets. And then finally, we're going to say app.get if we send a request, anything other than our API routes. So this is how we can do it with Express, like curly braces, and within this, you will put star and any. And here you can get the request, response, and the next method. So this should be an arrow function, by the way. And here, basically, we will send the static assets, which is our React application. And this is going to be coming from the index.html file. So I completely understand if you're confused a little bit, which is fine. Like, this is something that we need for development. Sorry, we need for deployment, not development. You can always double check this and try to understand with AI, or even ask us under the comments. But yeah, basically we're just trying to deploy our application. This is the general idea. You can take a look at it, like what we are doing exactly. Pause the video and read it. It should make sense. But yeah, overall, this is the big picture that we are trying to implement. So with this, now we can go into the terminal and commit our changes. So I'm gonna kill everything first. And actually we can commit it from right here, so we don't even need to go to the terminal. I'm gonna add these, let's say stage them. Let's get a commit message. So we're gonna commit this and sync this up. Now for the deployment platform, I'm gonna be using render.com. It's completely free. Just go ahead and log in. So I will visit the dashboard. And make sure to sign up or log in with your GitHub account so it can see your repositories. So this is a project that I have created in the past, but we are going to create one from scratch. So here just say new web service, and this is the UI that you're going to see. Just select the repository that you just created for this project. In my case, it is called iMessage. Before we just say deploy, first select the free plan. Now there is a disadvantage for the free plan, but I'm going to show you how you can fix it in the incoming minutes. So before we say deploy, we'd like to include our environment variables. So I will go into the .env file under the backend. So I'm going to copy everything that I have right here. And I'm going to paste this in. Now you don't really need to add the port because render will find the available port they have. So just delete the port, it's unnecessary. But make sure to include your database URL, Clerk publishable key, secret key, and ImageKit private key. Then what else? Like we can add the frontend URL. For now, I'm going to add it and leave it localhost, but we are going to fix it because in deployment, there is nothing called localhost, right? You're going to get an actual URL, something like mychatapplication.com or anything. The other environment variable that we need to get is going to be under the front end. So just copy this and paste it right here. So I think with this, we are ready to deploy the web service. Just press this button and you will be under the events. So we're gonna wait if this fails or succeed. So in my case, it has failed immediately, and probably in your case, it has also failed because we forgot to do something. So I will go under the backend, under the package.json. We need to add a build command. So here, just go ahead and add the build. We can, I think, add it just above the dev. So here, what we want to do is basically copying the source folder under the dist. So I'm gonna say copy, which is CP, and we're gonna say get the source and copy it under the dist. And here we need to put the capitalized R. So this is like a flag. And just before that, I would like to say, before you try to copy it, just delete the old dist folder. So I'm gonna say rm-rf, which means remove it recursively, and we're gonna say dist. Let's try to actually run this command, and let's see what's gonna happen. So I'm gonna go under the backend, and I'm gonna say npm run build. So it's gonna run this part. So notice how it has copied the source folder under the dist, right? And like if you run it again, first it's going to delete the dist folder, and then it's going to copy it once again. So this is exactly what we are doing. And in development, we are going to run this, but in production, we need to have the start command. Let's delete this comma. Instead of running it with node.mon, we will just run it with node. Because in production, we are not going to update our backend code. So we don't really need to listen for real-time changes, right? So with this, I'm going to save, and I think I'll go right here. I'm going to stage this. Let's create the commit message. And let's sync this up. Now what's going to happen is that render is going to see that we have some new changes. So it's going to automatically start a new deployment, right? This one has failed, but now it has just started a new deployment. So I'm going to be back if this fails or succeeds. And by the way, this is the URL that we got. At the moment, it says not found, but let's just wait a little bit and like we are going to see what's going to happen. All right, so after a couple of minutes, our application is live. We can press this link. As you can tell, our application is running in an actual URL. So we are able to sign in. What else? Like we are able to visit our health endpoint, which is running in our backend. So do you see how we run both the API and frontend under the same domain, right? So now that we have our application deployed, in the next section, we can get started with the webhooks. But before we do so, there is kind of like a problem. Since we are using the render free plan, they say we give you the deployment platform, but the thing is, if you don't visit your app in 15 minutes, it's gonna go inactive. And that means if you send a request after 15 minutes, it's gonna take maybe like 1 or 2 minutes until it can load. But the solution here, what we can do is creating some kind of scheduled task. So imagine this is our server that is deployed on render. So on every single 14 minutes, we are going to send a request, so this never gets deactive, right, or inactive. And for these scheduled tasks, there is something called cron jobs. So let me just type this out. It is called cron jobs. And for this, there is a package that we can install. So I'm going to go into VS Code. I'll open up my terminal. Let me first close everything. So I'm going to kill the left-hand side, open up my terminal. Under the backend, I'll just say npm install the cron package. And for this, we can go under the source lib and create a file called cron.js. And I want you to get this file from the source code. It is like 20 lines of code, and I'm going to explain what this does. Basically, in every single 14 minutes, we would like to send a GET request to our health endpoint. And here we are using our front-end URL, which is going to be this one. But now you might say under the environment variables, this is showing as localhost, right? Let's just say edit, and you would be absolutely true. So we're going to delete this. In production, this is our front-end URL. And make sure to delete this extra slash at the end. Now with this, you can say save, rebuild, and redeploy. It's going to redeploy our application. And here you can pause the video and take a look at it. Basically, in every single 14 minutes, we are going to send a GET request. If it succeeds, we are going to console log this, and if it fails, we'll say GET request has failed. And that's literally it. Now we are exporting this, but at the moment we are never using it, right? So I'm going to close this file. We'll go under the index.js, and we would like to run this job, right? So this cron job, which is the scheduled task. So here, right after your database connected and your application started, you can just say job, let's import it by the way, job.start. You're gonna call this, but I only want to call this if we are in production, right? So I'm gonna say this should be wrapped within an if statement. And within this if statement, we're going to check if we are in the production environment or if we are in development. How do we check for this? Well, we will create an environment variable called node_env, and we're going to say if this is equal to production, only then we would like to run the cron jobs. So let's go under the .env, under the backend, create this node.env. In your laptop, this is going to be equal to development. But in production, like on render is going to set this up as the production, okay? Because it is running it on production, not really in development. And you don't really need to come here and add it manually because render will add it behind the scenes. So with this in mind, we can go ahead and we can even make it a single line, just like that. And we are going to commit our changes. So I'm going to stage everything, get a commit message, where we have added a cron job to send health check requests every 14 minutes. So I'm going to commit this, sync this up, and render will see our latest change. And it's going to redeploy it in a second. Here we go. So it's been deployed, as you can tell, it is live. We don't really have any issues. We can visit our application and it is right here. Let's try to sign in just to make sure everything is working. We are in production. We are going to go ahead and sign in with our Google account. Then we should see something like a user button. Here we go. And you can manage your account, which is going to give you this kind of a component. You can update your profile, go into security, or you can just simply sign out. Okay. Now we are unauthenticated. Now we still have that issue where we have the user under the Clerk dashboard, but not in our database. But this is something that we're gonna fix with webhooks in the next section. So I'm gonna see you there. So it is time to implement the webhooks. You already know the problem that we have at the moment. So when we sign up, we are able to see the user on the Clerk dashboard. This is where we store it, but not in the database. So for this, we'll go under the Clerk dashboard. We're going to visit the Configure tab. And under the developers, we are going to select the webhooks. Now here, we are going to say add a new endpoint. And here we need to get our production URL. So just go ahead and copy it. Then here we need to have a route. So in this case, I'm going to call it as API/webhooks/clerk. Now, technically, you can call this anything, like something like even hello, that would work. But that wouldn't make any sense, right? So here we just say this is our Clerk webhook endpoint. So we are going to create this exact same thing in our code base. You're going to see it in a second. And here we would like to subscribe to some events from Clerk. So these are the things that I have explained in the past. Basically, we would like to listen for user creation, deletion, and for the updation, or how do we call it, like for the user updated event. So I'm going to go ahead and subscribe every single one of them. I'll just search for user and I'm going to select everything. And then here I'll just say create. Now there are much more events that you can subscribe to, but in this case, I will leave it only for the user events. Here you will get a signing secret. So this is something that you need to copy. And before we use it, let me explain why do we have the signing secret in the first place. So we said that Clerk is going to send us these events. But if you think anyone can really send this event to our API, so what we need to do is check if this event is actually coming from Clerk, right? We need to make sure that the owner of these events is the Clerk. And this is where the signing secret comes into play. So for this, we will go into our render dashboard and we are going to create the environment variable. So here, let me go ahead and visit render.com. I'll visit my dashboard and I'll select the project that we created. Under the environment, let's say edit, and we're going to add our environment variable. So this is the value that we just copied, and the key is going to be clerk underscore webhook underscore signing secret, and make sure to put the underscore. Let me just zoom in. So this is what you'd like to have in the dashboard. So you can just say save, rebuild, and deploy, but we need to add some code in our code base as well. So I'll go into VS Code. So this is where we left from the very last section, but here now we would like to add an endpoint. So I'm going to go into the index.js file, maybe right above the health and even before the middlewares, right? So here I'm going to say app.use, and we're going to put this /API/webhooks/clerk. This is what we added in the clerk config, right? Like right here, this is what we have. So when clerk hits this endpoint, we are going to call it the clerk webhook. This is something that we will create in a second. But before that, what you need to do is calling the express.row method. And here you will say type application/JSON. So it is very, very important to add this because you don't really want to get the event data and parse it. So it is going to keep it in the raw format. And I will leave this as a comment right here. So I'm going to say it is important that you don't parse the webhook event data. It should be in the raw format. So whatever clerk sends you, right, is going to send you an object or like the event. You don't really want to parse it. You would like to have it in the exact same way that clerk sends you, right? I hope that makes sense. Now we are going to create this. Let's go under the backend, under the source. We will create a file under the webhooks. I'm going to call it as clerk.js. And you can even call it as clerk webhook.js. I think I'll go with this convention. This looks way cleaner than just clerk.js. Okay, so let's try to implement this. First, I'm going to get the express. So we'll import it. We're going to get the user model, which is a file that we created. And we will also get the verify webhook method from clerk backend webhooks. So we are going to use this user object to create the user in the database, right? So you will see it in a second. First, let's create a router using express.router. And then we're going to export default this. Okay, so here I'm going to say, like, this is going to be a post request, by the way. When clerk sends you these events, it's going to be in the post method, okay? So we would like to listen for it. We'll say if it is a post method to just slash, and remember this is prefixed with this part, right? So if clerk sends us an event to /API/webhooks/clerk, we're going to run this part. And here, let's say this will be an async method where we'll get the request and response. Now, this is going to be a long function, maybe around 40 lines of code, but I'll try to walk you through it step by step. So first off, we're going to get the signing secret from the environment variables, right? And we can add it into our local development as well. So I'm just going to say, let me find my clipboard first. So that's the key, and that's the value. So we are going to get the signing secret if it is not really defined. So if it is undefined, we'll say, you know, something is wrong on the server side, webhook secret is not provided. But else, we can actually try to verify the event. Now, to implement this file, I'll be honest with you, I just went to Clerk documentation. So I said Clerk webhooks. So right here, you're going to see that they explain everything in detail. And you can select your SDK like Express. I think this is like framework independent. So what I have done, basically, they have this button called copy as markdown. So I just copied it and paste it to my AI agent, and it just implemented that. But this is a tutorial. I would like to walk you through it step by step, but just know that you don't really need to memorize any of these code blocks, because everything is explained in documentation. You just need to understand like what is going on, how everything works, how do we check for the security, right, which is with the signing secret, and basically that's it. The rest is just some boring code block. So I'll walk you through it step by step. So I will paste 5 lines of code with a comment. So Clerk's verifier expects a web request with the raw body, and express.raw gives a buffer. So basically, we go through this process where we can get a web request, right? This is a post method. We give the payload and headers, then we have the request. Now, after this, we are going to get the event by calling the verify webhook method. Once again, this is coming from documentation. You don't really need to memorize any of this, right? Just understand the concept. That should be enough. So we're going to get the event, right? And we'll check for the event type. So I'm going to say if like event type is equal to user.created or user updated, we'd like to run this if check. So we can get the user from the event.data, and we can get the email of this user. So here's how we can get the email. First, we check the primary email, and if it doesn't exist, we get it from the email addresses and we get the first document. So this is how we can fetch the email from Clerk. Then we can get the full name. Basically, we're going to combine the first name with the last name. So here's how we can do it. I know it looks a little bit annoying, but really this is the best way of doing it. Just in case if this is undefined, we're going to put the Clerk user. I believe this part is unnecessary, so I'm going to delete this. Okay, so you can just copy it from the source code if you're interested. Then we have all the fields like the email and full name. We can just say await user find one and update. Where is it? Okay, so this will either create the user if it doesn't exist, or it's going to update it if user already exists in the database. So we're going to say here's the filter, basically the Clerk ID. So find the user by Clerk ID, right? And we're going to say update these fields. Let me just paste this in, and I'm going to format it. So we're going to say here's the Clerk ID, here's the email, full name, and profile picture. I think we don't really need this part, so I'm going to delete that. And let's go into user model. Notice how these are the fields that we have for a user, right? And if profile pic is undefined, by default it's going to be an empty string. So that's why I deleted this part. Okay, one more thing that we can add is this option. So this is going to return the updated user, and upsert means either created or updated if it already exists. Okay, so this is for created and updated events. Now, the other thing we'd like to listen is going to be event.type if it is equal to user.deleted. And in this case, we are going to check, and in this case, we'll just say await user find one and delete. So just like this one, go ahead and call this method, and we're going to pass the Clerk ID into it. So I'm going to say it's going to be coming from event data.id. Now this could be undefined, so let's add one if check. So I'm going to say if event.data.id, just to make sure our code base is clean, like it doesn't break. But after that, if everything is done successfully, we can just say, res.status of 200, and we received this event and it is handled successfully. But I think I forgot to wrap this with a try and catch block. So I'm going to go ahead, cut everything for a split second. And I'm going to paste this into the try, and under the catch, we're going to say something like console.error, and we can say, 400, it has failed. Just like that. So with this, we can now actually go right here, import the Clerk webhook. So I'll just scroll to the top and import it. We are getting it from the clerk.webhook.js file. Okay, so with this, I think we can commit our changes and give it a go. So once again, please feel free to pause the video and go through this file. Everything is coming from documentation and you don't really need to memorize most of it. Just understand that we are listening for these events and we are handling it successfully, and same for the deleted event. And that's it. Okay, so we stage them. Let's get a commit message. We're gonna commit them and sync this up. So this is going to redeploy our application. Let's wait for this to be completed. And while this is trying to deploy it, I think we can go under the Clerk, under the users. We're going to delete this and we'll just create this user from scratch so that Clerk can send us this event and we're going to check if it'll actually work. So here we can see it's been deployed successfully. Now let's go ahead and test this out. So from here, I will sign up. Notice how we don't have the user in Clerk or in the database, right? So we can reload and double check. So as you can tell, we don't have the user cluster. We don't have any users under the user collection. Okay, let's go ahead and sign up. So now that we just signed up, let's go into Clerk dashboard. We are going to see the user right here. And let's try to reload. Hopefully we are going to see the user in the user collection. Let's wait for this to be connected. We'll go into our database. Under the users, here you can tell we have the user. Now let's try to test out the user deletion. So I'm going to say manage the account. Like, you can delete it either from here under the security or from right here. So I'm going to say delete the user. Once this is deleted from Clerk, Clerk will send this event, right, which is called deleted, and our server will handle it. Let's try to reload. And this user should be deleted from the database. Okay, so as you can tell, under the users, we don't really have any users. So that means everything is working successfully. You can test out for the update method as well, or the update event, but it is actually working. So with this, we have just handled the webhooks in our codebase. Okay, so with that, I'm going to see you in the next lesson. In this section, let's get started with the routes. So we'll go under the source, index.js. First off, I'm going to shrink this so it is not really annoying. And right after the app.getHealth, I'll say app.use. And we're going to have the API auth routes. So here, if user sends a request to this endpoint, we're going to call the auth routes, which is something that we will create and import in a second. So I'll go under the routes. I'm going to say auth.js, or even better, let's follow the convention that we have. So we're going to say auth.route.js. So this is really the convention that we have so far. So we do everything like for routes, webhooks, models, and we'll do the same thing for controllers. So I'm going to say auth.controller.js. But first, let's get started with the route file. And here we will get the express. Then we will create a router, just like previously, and we'll say export default this router. So here, basically, when user send a request to /API/auth/check, we're going to call this endpoint. So I'm going to say if it is a GET request to /check, and notice how this is prefixed with this part because of this line, right? Okay, so in this case, we would like to call the check auth method. And this is something that we will create under the controller, under the auth controller. So let me copy this let me copy this function name, and I'm going to say export async function. And for now, we can give the name, and this is going to get the request, response, and then the next method. For now, we can save it and go back right here, import this, and make sure to add the .js at the end. Then we'll go under the index.js and we'll import the auth routes. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'll call it auth routes. It's going to be coming from the routes folder, and is going to be auth route.js. If we take a look at the terminal, hopefully we should not have any problems or issues. Okay, so we don't have any errors. Now we can go under the auth.route and get started with this function. But before we do so, here we would like to call a method called protect route. So basically, first we are going to check if user is authenticated, and if so, only then we are going to call this method, right? So this is a middleware that we will create once, and we will use it in multiple different places. So let's say a user wants to send a message. Before we send the message, we are going to call this middleware just to check if user is authenticated. If they're authenticated, then they can send the message. But if not, they cannot really. So I'm going to copy this name and we will go under the, again, under the middleware. I think we don't have it. Let's create the folder. And I'm going to create this file called auth.middleware.js. And within this, we are going to create this method. So first, I'm going to get the getAuth method from Clerk Express. And then we're going to get the user model file. Okay, so we'll get the user and you will see why in a second. Then we can create this method called protect route. So I'll say export async function. I'll give the name, and this is going to get the request, response, and then the next method. Now you might be asking, what is next? Basically, if this is done successfully, we are going to call the next method, which is this one, right? So here, if you just say call the next, it's going to call this method. I hope that makes sense. So we got all these. Now let's have try and catch block. We are going to check by calling the getAuth. We'll pass the request into it, and this will give us the user ID. And if this does not exist, that means user is unauthorized. So here I'll say if this is undefined, just send 401, which means unauthorized, and send the message. Then return out of this method. Then we can do something like this. We're going to get the user from database. So I'm going to say user.find1, and let's pass the clerk ID, which is this user ID, right? This is coming from Clerk. And now this user might be undefined. So again, I'll just check for it. So I'm going to say if user doesn't exist, just say 404, which means not found. And we can say something like user profile is not synced yet. And then we can return out of this method. But if everything is done successfully, we can just say request.user, pass the user field into the user object, and just call the next method. But under the catch, we can get the error. We can put a console log just like this. We'll say error in this middleware, and then we'll say 500 as the status code, which means something is wrong on the server side. Okay, so once again, this is our middleware where we will use it to check if user is authenticated or not. If user is authenticated, we are going to pass the user under the request object. So in any other places, you can just say, you can just come and say request.user and use this field, right? You can assign it to the user. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and import this method from the auth middleware.js, and we're going to put it right here. Now, the role of this method will be very simple. So this will basically just return the user field. So I'm going to say res.status. If I can type it correctly, res.status. We can send 200, which means okay, and we're going to say just return the request.user. But before that, we can check if this is undefined or not. If it is undefined, we'll say, user is not really authorized. So that's the entire thing for this method. I know it's pretty simple. Probably you can just take this entire thing and put it right here instead of an external file. But we'd like to keep our code base consistent and, organized. So I think that's it for this section. We are going to be calling this endpoint from the front end in the incoming sections. So let's leave this lesson right here. I know it was pretty simple, but that's fine. It's better than being complicated. So I'm going to go ahead and stage everything and commit this. Then we're going to sync this up to our GitHub account. Okay, so with that, I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, so in this section, we are going to get started with the message routes and controllers. So we're going to build the methods where we can send messages, get messages, fetch conversations, users, etc. So before we get into that, we'd like to set up the image kit for image uploads and video uploads. So for this, first off, we're going to install a package. Let's open up the terminal, cd into the backend, and we're going to say npm install add ImageKit, and we're going to get the Node.js SDK. So go ahead and install it. Then while this is getting installed, we can go under the backend, under the source, where we have the lib folder. Within this, we can create a file called ImageKit.js. Okay, so within this, I'm going to zoom in first, and we're going to get two different imports. The first one is the ImageKit class or the object, and the other one is a method called toFile. So go ahead and import this. Then if you remember, under the .env file, we had our ImageKit private key. So it is time to use this and create an instance. So we can just say const ImageKit and call this class and, just pass your private key, which is coming from the .env file. Now I will create a method, which is going to be a helper method, and this will check if this value is provided, like if you have it in the .env file or not. And depending on if you have or not, this is going to return either true or false, right? So we convert this value to be Boolean and then return it out of this method. And we're going to be using this in a couple of minutes. So the other thing is going to be a method that I'd like to create. So basically, this is going to create a unique file name, because what happens if you upload the same image and the name of it is like image.png, right? So let's say you have two of these files. We don't really want to, upload it to ImageKit in this way. We would like to somehow take this and make it some, a different unique name. So I will paste this method, and you can get it from the source code under the ImageKit.js. It is like 3 lines of code. Basically, you pass an file name and it makes it to be safe, and it returns in this format. Now, what does that mean to make it safe? So here we are using what we call a regular expression, and this is something not really that important. Like, you don't need to memorize it. AI will do it and tell you how to do that. So if you delete this and ask me to do it, I promise I cannot do it, which is completely fine. Okay, so let me give you an example. What does that mean to have a safe name? So let's say you have a file name called my space photo1png, right? So we don't really want to have it in this format. It's going to take this name, put the chat in front, and then the date of the time that you're uploading the photo, and it's going to, replace these characters with underscore. So that's going to be the format. So if you pass this as the original name, this is what you're going to get out of this method. Okay, so I'll just leave it in the source code just as an example. So I'm going to say, just imagine this is the original name, and this is going to be the result. So these were the helper methods. Now we are going to create one more method. So I'm going to just call it as async function, and you can come up with any name. I'll just say upload chat media, and we're going to pass a file. So this could be either an image or a video, right? So we're going to take this file, and we would like to upload it to our ImageKit library. And I'd like to put it under a folder called chat. And to be able to make this work, we can basically use this method. This is coming from documentation. So first off, we're going to get the file name, and we're going to call this method that we just generated. This will give us a unique file name. And then we are going to call this method called ImageKit files.upload. We are going to await the result. So it's going to upload it, and we're going to pass the file name, which is this one, and then the folder is going to be chat. You can really call this anything, but in my case, I'd like to put them under the chat. Once we upload some images in our chat application, like it's going to be under here, under a folder called the chat, just like users. And eventually from this method, we're just going to say return the result.url. And once we use this method, I think it's going to make more sense. For now, let's go ahead and just export the, upload chat media method and the has ImageKit config method. So these are the things that we'll import later at some point. So these are the things that are coming from ImageKit documentation. So once again, you absolutely don't need to, memorize or know them by heart. Just go ahead, press here, and you will see the documentation. and like everything is explained. You can copy it, paste it to your AI agent, and it would be able to implement it 100% correctly. But just try to understand like what is going on, what is the folder, why do you need to create a method like this for the unique name. So that's it for ImageKit.js file. One more thing, we'd like to create a middleware. So for this, we'll go under the middleware folder, and I'm going to say this will be upload.middleware.js. And for this, we are going to use something called Malter, and let's try to install it first. I'm going to say npm install, Malter or Malter, I don't know how you pronounce it, but that's not really important. So it's been installed, but before we write any code, let's try to understand what that is in the first place. So you can double check, like it's very, very common. It's like 17 million weekly downloads. So this is one of the probably the most used package in Express environment. But here I have some nodes that I'd like to walk you through it. So Molter has basically one job, which is to take the form data from client. So you're going to get it as a request. This means like client will send you a file. That could be image file, I don't know, PDF file or video file, things like that, right? So you would like to take it and, parse it. And for this, you would use Malter. Once you use Malter as the middleware from request.file, like, let me just show you pretty quickly. I'll open up VS Code. Let's go into one of our controllers. So we had the request, right? Previously, we would say request.body, but this would get you, JSON fields like name, I don't know, surname, full name, things like that. But if you want to get the file, it would be under the request.file. But for this to be able to accessible, first you need to set up the Malter, okay? So I would say just pause the video and read it. I think this will give you a clear understanding of the Malter package in the first place, but here's the simplest mental model. Browser sends the file, Malter is going to decode it, so the translator, right? And then under the request.file, you'll be able to use that, use the uploaded file. All right, so now that we understand the logic behind it, I'll go under the upload.middleware.js file, which is this one, and we're going to import the Malter. Now you would like to put a maximum file size so that your users don't really upload something like 10 gigabytes or I don't know, like 100 megabytes. Even like that's too much for a chat application. So here I'm going to be using a max file size of 25 megabytes, but you can update this value. If you want to use 10, you would just update this part. And then the other thing that we would like to do is basically this. We're going to say const upload. And this is the most common way of using it, by the way. You can find it from the documentation, from, I don't know, ChatGPT, from Google, anywhere. Like it is going to be something like this. So there will be a couple of different options that you'd like to pass. In this case, for storage, we're going to say Malter should use the memory storage. Go ahead and call this one. Then you can add the limits. So basically it's going to be an object. You'll say here's the file size. And in my case, that's going to be 25 megabytes. And then here I only want to have images or videos, right? So I can put it into a method just like this one. It is called file filter. So we have the request file and then we have a callback. So we're going to check if it is image. This is how we can check with the meme type of the file. If it starts with image, that means it's an image. Same thing for the video. And if it is not image and if it is not video, that means we can throw an error and we'll just return out of it. But if this is not the case, it means it is one of them, right? It's either image or video. So we say there should be no errors and success means true. So that's literally it. Like you can create this file once and for your future projects, you can just copy it and use it. So with this file ready, we are completely done with the ImageKit setup and file uploads. So now we are able to use them in the incoming minutes. So first, let's go under the index file and we're going to add another endpoint. So I'm going to duplicate this. It's going to be /API messages and we're going to call our message routes. So anytime you want to send a message or I don't know, fetch messages or get your conversations, things like that, you would be calling this endpoint. And let's try to create this. First, I'm going to import it. So let's say it's going to be message routes and it'll be coming from this file. So I'm going to copy the name. Let's go under the routes and I'll create this. Then let's create the controller for it. I'm gonna just copy this name, and let's say it's gonna be message.controller.js. So we'll get into this file, but first let's have the message route setup. I'm gonna get the Express import, then we will create a router, and as usual, you would just say export it, just like this. Now we can save, and like we can save this file as well. Notice how this color is not purple. So just delete it and bring this back. So it should be purple, why not? Let's delete this and bring it back. Okay, so now it is fixed. Like it is kind of like a bug in VS Code. But yeah, now this is fixed. That means this is imported successfully. And actually we can check, not from the colors, but from the terminal. Let's say npm run dev, and we don't really have any errors. Okay, MongoDB is also connected. Everything is fine. So here we will have a couple of different endpoints, right? So the first one is going to be router.get. Let's say if we visit /users, we can get users for sidebar. And before we create this method, let me show you the place that we're going to be calling this endpoint. So notice how under the chat page, we have our conversations and we have the users. So once you visit this tab, you're going to see all the users in the database, right? So basically, this is the endpoint that we are creating. When you press this button, you will call this endpoint. So it's going to be /API/messages/users. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go under the message controller, and you can open this up with Control P, or I think with Control E as well. Okay, not really, just Control P or Command P. So I'm going to say message controller.js. Okay, let's try to create this method. I'm going to say export async function. Here's the name. This is going to get the request, response. Yeah, I think that should be it. If you wanted to, you can get the next method as well. So for now, I'm going to delete the next. So let's say create a try and catch block. Let's save this. We'll get into it. But first, we would like to import this method and make sure to put the .js at the end. Now, for us to be able to call this method, call this endpoint, first I want to check if user is authenticated or not. So I'm going to add my middleware, right? Okay, so we have this set up. Now let's go into message controller and get started with this method. So first thing that I want to do is basically, I don't really want to see myself within this list, right? Like this is the currently logged in user. Like there is no point seeing myself. So I'm going to fetch every single user in the database other than the logged in user, which is me, right? So here we can get a variable like logged in user ID, and we can say request.user._ID. Now we are able to say request.user because of this method. Because in the middleware, we add this field to the request, which is the currently logged in user, right? We fetch it from the database. Okay, so we have this user. Now we can just say await user, and we need to import this, by the way, which is our model. Make sure to add the .js at the end. So we're going to say user.find. If you just call it in this way, it's going to fetch every single user. But I'd like to add a filter. So I'm going to say where the ID of users are not equal to, so I'll just say NE with the $ in front, and we'll just say logged in user ID. So this is going to give you the filtered users. So you can call something like filtered users, or you can say something like everyone but not me, right? And this would return all the fields that you have for users, such as Clerk ID, email, full name, profile pic, and even the underscore ID, which is generated by MongoDB, and also the timestamps. But if, let's say if, you just don't want to include this field, what you can do, you can just come here and say select minus, and then whatever the field is. So in my case, I'll just exclude Clerk ID. And with that, now we can go ahead and say res.status of 200, and we're going to say JSON. We can just return the filtered users. And here for the errors, I'm just going to put a console.error for debugging purposes, and then I'm going to say 500 status code where we have an internal server error. And by the way, here, if you don't put the status, By default, that's going to be 200. But I'd like to add it so it just makes my code a little bit more explicit. Like I just literally say, hey, we are returning 200. This is, just a preference. Now, with that said, the other endpoint that we'd like to create is going to be for the conversations. So let's say you have conversation with a couple of different users. Here, you only want to see them, not every single user. But how do you decide how do you find the users that you have conversation with? So for this, we can use MongoDB's aggregation pipeline. That sounds a little bit complicated, so let me walk you through it pretty quickly. So when you first hear the word aggregation pipeline, you kind of get scared because it sounds such an abstract topic, but if you get into the details, it's actually pretty easy to understand. So what is it in the first place, right? In MongoDB, an aggregation pipeline is a way to process documents through a sequence of stages, where each stage transforms the data and passes its output to the next stage. So we have a bunch of different stages. Let's say this is stage 1, second, and the third one, or the fourth one. So here you do something, right? And then you pass this data to the next stage. And then you do something else, send it to the next one. So every single stage gets some output and pass it to the next stage. So when you use a regular query like message.find, it just filters and returns the document as it is. But aggregation goes further. It can group, reshape, join, compute, and sort in a ways that find cannot. And this is why we'd like to use aggregation in the first place. We'd like to group the messages and reshape it in a way that we only get the messages where we are the either sender or receiver, right? So we'd like to find the messages that within our conversations. And for every single stage, there are different operators that you can use. So you can use like match, group, sort, project. We are going to see a bunch of them, and everything is coming from documentation. I would say you don't really need to know them by heart at all. Just understand the concept, understand what that is. The rest would be pretty simple to implement. Okay, so with that said, let's go into VS Code. Let's visit the message raw.js. I'm going to duplicate it. This time, again, it's going to be a GET request, but here is going to be conversations. So this was getting every single user, but here we would like to get conversations for sidebar, right? And I think I'm going to copy this, go into the controller file. And here I'm just going to say export async function, get the name, pass the request and response. Let's create the try and catch, save this file, and then we can, import this method. Now with that said, we can go under the message controller within the try block, get started with the logic. Now, if you don't want to type this out, you can just copy this entire method from the source code under this file and then paste it right here. Then watch me explaining it. And this is actually what I'll be doing. First, I'm going to get the logged in user ID. We are going to be using it to check if I am the sender or receiver, right? Now here, I will just show you something first. I'll say await. We're going to get the message model. I think I need to scroll to the top. And I'm going to say this should be message. Okay, so just make sure that you put the correct file. And here we are getting the message. Oops, let me bring this back and save this file. So here under the message, you can say something like aggregate. So this is how we use the aggregation pipeline. And then you would pass an array, and then we're going to add a bunch of different stages. So let me just get them one by one. But first, I'm going to assign this to something called conversations. Okay, so let's get the very first stage. For this, we are going to be using the match operator. So here, what we are doing is that we would like to keep only the messages that I sent or I received. So this is how I can make sure that I'm getting only my conversations. So the syntax is not really important, but pause the video and take a look at it if you're interested. So the other one is basically grouping them. So we're going to use the group operator. I'm going to paste this in and save. And I have added comments for your convenience. Then for the third stage, we would like to put the most recent conversation at the top. So in the list is going to be sorted already. And then for every single user profile, we would like to get it from the database. So we'll use we will use lookup operator for this, and then we will use the replace root. Again, you can take a look at the comment. And finally, like just like here, if you want to unselect something in aggregation pipeline, you would use the project field or the operator. So we say clerk ID is going to be equal to 0, which means like hide it, don't fetch that, right? Okay, so that's the entire conversations. Once again, like don't worry about the syntax at all. Just understand what we are doing. That should be enough. Like I promise if you delete some of this and tell me to do it, probably I would fail like 100%. But that's fine. Like understanding the concept is enough, especially with this day and age where AI can always help you out to build these. Okay, so with this, I'm going to say res.status 200, and then we'll just say JSON send the conversations. And for the catch, as usual, let's add a console.error, put the name of the method for debugging purposes, and then we can send the 500 as the status code. Now this method is getting the conversations, right? Let me just pretty quickly display it. So here we are getting the list of the conversations, but when you press one of them, now we also want to get the messages, right? Now it's time to create that method. First, I'll go ahead and create the endpoint. So this is gonna be a GET request, but this time for this part, we'll add something dynamic because here, just imagine you have multiple different users. Whenever you press one of them, their ID is different. So we're gonna send this ID to endpoint. So we'll say this will be something dynamic. And here for the method name, I'll just say get messages. Let's copy this name. And I'm going to shrink these so it's not really confusing. I'm going to create the async method. Let's save it. And then we'll import it right here. Now within this method, how do we get this ID? Well, it's very easy. All you need to do, let me first just get the try and catch block. Under the try, you can say something like request.params, and from here you can just destructure the ID. Notice how this is matching with this one. So if you call this as hello, you would come here and then just say hello, okay? But let's bring it back to ID. So we are going to get the ID, and I even want to rename it, and here's how we can do it. So I'll just say this is the ID of user to chat. So I'm going to say user to chat ID. Okay, so I'm going to save for formatting, and then I can get my ID as well. And basically what we want to do is fetching all the messages where I am the sender and this user is the receiver, or he is the sender and I am the receiver. So just to help you out visually, I type this out. Please pause the video and think about it. This means like you're gonna get all the messages between you and this user. And let's see how we can put it into code. So right after here, I'm gonna say first const messages, and then we're gonna say await message.find. This would get you every single message, but we would like to add a filter. So we're gonna say or, and then within this, so this will be an array. We will say where the sender ID is my ID, right? And the receiver ID is user to chat ID. And the other field, so let me just duplicate. So it's gonna say like, or like either one of them, right? Either this one or that one. So I'm gonna say where sender ID is user to chat ID, and I am the receiver. So this is the code version of what you have right here. And of course, I want to sort the messages so that I see the latest message at the very bottom, right? The first message would be at the very top. And here's how we can do it. We'll just say sort by the created at field, and you would just say 1, which means in the ascending order. If you want to reverse it, you would say -1. And at the very end, we'll just return the messages. So I will not even bother typing this. And let's handle the catch block. As usual, I'll get these to, console log as well as the response. So this is how we can get the messages. The other endpoint is going to be for sending messages, right? So for this, we'll go under the message route. I will duplicate this. Of course, this time it's going to be a post request, not really a get method, right? Or a get request. Here I'm going to say, let's just put the send slash and then ID. So we need to get the ID of the user that we are trying to send the message to, right? And here, like if you notice, we have the protect route in every single one of them, which is kind of like unnecessary. So instead of adding it into all of them, what you can do, just delete from every single one of them, and at the top, just say router.use, and then call the protect route method. So this is the exact same thing. And then here we're going to say send message. Now here user can send a file, right? It could be a video or image. For this, we are going to call the upload method. So this is something we created. Let's try to import it first. It's going to be coming from the upload middleware. Okay, so from here, I think we have the export. Now here we can say call the single method, which means user can only send a single file in a message. You can also use, I think, like multiple as it has, or maybe an array. I don't know. I'll be using the single. You can double check if you want to send multiple files, but in this case, I'll use the single one just to keep it simple. And then here, I'm going to say the field will be media. Now, notice how this is going to be the same name that we are going to be using from frontend, okay? So maybe you can take it as a note. Whatever you send from the front end, you should have the key as media, okay? So I'm just going to add a to-do for myself. I'll say explain this, or let me just say show this in the front end part. So this is just a to-do for myself so that I can show you that in the incoming sections. Okay, so I'm going to have the send message method. Let's go under the controller and create this. I'm going to say export async function. That's going to be the name. Send message. We're going to get the request and response. Try and catch as usual, and let's try to import it. Okay, so let's go into this method and try to implement it. So first, we would like to get the text message, right? We can just get it from the request.body, and we can say import it, or destructure it as text. So whenever you want to send a message from the client, you will send it under the text key. And then we will say from the request.params, we would like to get the ID. And here I'm just going to rename it to the receiver ID. Okay, just like what we have done above. So that's the receiver ID. As you can imagine, the sender ID is going to be us, which is the currently authenticated user. And then there could be an image URL or a video URL, or it could be empty, right? So if you think a message could be either a text, image, or video. So first we are going to assume that there is not going to be an image or video, right? So I'll say image URL and video URL. They're going to be some variables, but initially they are going to be equal to null, right? They'll be undefined. And here we'll just check if there is request.file. Then we're going to check if has ImageKit. Let me just import it. It's going to be coming from here. So we'll just check if ImageKit has been configured. So I'm going to say if this is not really configured, in this case, we can just throw an error. So I'm going to say 500 status code, which means something is broken on the server side. And we will say media upload is not configured. But if this is not the case, then we can just say something like upload chat media. We're going to call this method. And within this, we're going to pass the request.file. Because if you think, we are expecting the file right here. And we are going to await this. Then we can say const URL. Because this is returning the URL. And this will be a URL like, let me show you pretty quickly. So if you go and find an image like this one from ImageKit, where is the URL? Let me copy it like this one. So our image will be stored in this kind of a URL. And we're going to take this field and hopefully save it to database. And then from the database, we are going to use that URL to display the image. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so we got the URL. Now we are gonna check if it is a video or if it is an image because we would like to update these fields. I'm gonna say if request.file the meme type. You know what? I'll just get it from the source code. So if meme type starts with video slash, that means we can update the video URL with this URL. But in the else case, we can just say image URL is equal to URL. So if it is not a video, then it's an image. And like you can wrap them under the curly braces, but since it is a single line, I'll leave it in this way. Okay, so we almost have everything ready. We can just say, let's create a new message. And then before we pass the fields, I'm gonna say assign this to a new message variable. And then we're gonna add the fields. So here we will have the sender ID, which is equal to this sender ID field. Since they're the same thing, we can shorten them. And then we can do the same thing for receiver ID. Just like this, they're the same thing, we can shorten it. Then we can get the text. Again, we're gonna get the image, which is equal to image URL. And I'm going to duplicate it. That's gonna be for the video URL. Okay, so with this, we have the new message. Now, this has been, created under an object, but we would like to save it to the database. So you would say new message dot save and await it. Now with this, you can send the response back to client. Let's say status 201. If you remember when I explained the diagrams, let me just actually show you that. I said this is one of the most common ones, which means a resource has been created, right? As you can tell. So this is the time to use it. I'm gonna say status of 201 JSON. We can just send the new message. Now here I will have a to-do because if you think this is not working in real time, right? We are just saving the message to the database and sending the message to the client. But if client wants to see the new message, they have to reload the app. But we don't really want to have this. So here we will implement the real time with Socket.io. So here probably we're gonna write extra 3 or 4 lines of code in the incoming sections. For now, just add your to-do so that we don't really forget that. We'll come back to it in the incoming sections. Okay, in the catch, we can handle it as usual. Just like that. So believe it or not, we are completely done with the message controller other than this to-do. And let's check the terminal if we have any errors. Looks like not. Now, what I want you to do at this moment, just pause the video and go through the files that we have created, which are the message route, message controller. Take a look at the ImageKit initialization. And the other thing, I think it was the upload middleware. So just take a look at them so you kind of like refresh what we just learned, right? With this, I think we can commit our changes. And in the next section, we can set up Socket.io and implement it. It's gonna be way easier than you think. First, as usual, I'll give you kind of like a theory, a background crash course, and then we'll jump into coding. Okay, so with all that said, I'll go ahead, just check my terminal. Once again, I don't have any issues. And then I will stage my changes, get a commit message, and then I'm going to commit this. And let's sync this up. So like we take this code and push it to GitHub. Okay, so with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next lesson. I was gonna say, one thing I want to mention, like in VS Code, you sometimes get this kind of, annoying errors, but it's not really an error. It's just like color doesn't work. If you take a look at it, you think there's an error, but not really. Just press Command-Shift-P and then just say reload the window. Now you're gonna realize actually there is not an error. So that's one thing that I wanted to mention. And with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, so in this lesson, we are gonna get started with the real-time features with Socket.io. Before we jump into coding, as usual, I'd like to give you kind of like a quick crash course on the tools that we'll be using and what is our purpose with this product. So what is Socket.io in the first place? Well, it's a powerful real-time communication library for web applications. It enables instant bidirectional communication between web clients and servers, basically our front-end application and our API. It allows data to be pushed to clients in real time without the need for the client to request it. So basically, the data will be coming in real time without you reloading the website. But you might be asking, why Scikit-io? Because it simplifies building a real-time application. It handles complex networking issues behind the scenes, which allows developers to focus on building features rather than managing low-level communication protocols. So technically, you can build your own solution without using Scikit-io, but that would take months to implement. There is no reason for you to go and build your own, your own solution where there is something like Scikit-io for years and years, and it has a huge ecosystem behind it. So that's the reason that you'd like to use something like Scikit-io. And just to give you some examples, you can build real-time chat apps with it, real-time dashboards, collaborative tools, games, anything that is related to real time. Now, Scikit-io has two different parts, which are backend and frontend. So on the frontend side, you would install this package called scikit-io-client, and on the backend, you would install scikit.io. And if you're interested, you can check them on the npm. And this is the current state of our application. So we have a REST API that is built with Express, and we are able to, listen for GET requests, POST, etc., right? But on top of everything, we'd like to handle the real-time messages and online users. So we'd like to have, online and offline indicator, which is going to work in real time. So for this, we are going to keep everything as it is, but on top of it, we are going to add a Scikit server, right? So we already had this server, but now on top of it, we'll include a Scikit server. And here's a quick example before we jump into coding. So let's say we have a John and Jane. They want to, send messages to each other. They cannot just immediately send it to the other user. The other user has to reload it in this way. But if we put a Scikit server in the middle, what can happen is that this user can just say, hey, can you please take my message and send it to this user in real time, right? And of course, Scikit.io, Scikit server can handle it. Now, there's one thing, I don't know if you have realized, but basically, this server is listening for events, right? So you can listen for events on the server side. And if you think Scikit.io or WebSockets are just all about events, so you listen for events and you send events. And this guy is also listening for events, right? So you can listen for events on the server side and on the client side. So this is listening for the events, so it can redirect, and this is listening for events to get them in real time. So this is something that I think you should absolutely understand. So I'm going to say you can listen for events on the client side as well. So I'm just going to say front end. So in the exact same way, if there is another user who just logged in, so what's going to happen is that this will say, hey server, I just logged in. Can you let everyone know that I just logged in, right? I'm online now. So server will take this event and broadcast it to everyone in real time. Okay. Now let me just clear this up a little bit. And here we would have our MongoDB database. When you send a message, Scikit.io will send it to this user in real time, and on the background, it would save the message to database. Okay, so that's basically the general idea behind it. Like super simple, but just there are like so many methods on Scikit.io, which kind of like gets confusing, but I promise it's gonna make sense in a couple of minutes. Now, as I said on Scikit, there are a bunch of different methods, and the one that I want you to kind of like memorize or never forget is the scikit.on. So you would like to use this anytime you want to listen for events. Either you're listening for events on the server side or in the client side. So with all that said, let's go into VS Code and get started with it. First, open up your terminal, make sure you're under the backend, and just say npm install scikit.io. We are going to install Scikit.io client on the front end. But for now, let's just say npm run dev, and we will go under the backend. Under the lib, I'm going to create this file called scikit.js. We will get into it in a second, but notice how we are listening our app with Express, right? We are going to change this in a couple of minutes. We will basically replace this with a server, and this server will have both Express and Socket server, right? Just like what I have explained in the diagrams. But first, let's go into this file and import a couple of different things. So we're going to get the Express, we're going to get the HTTP, and we're going to get the server from Scikit.io. So this is a Scikit server, okay? Now we will get the Express app. Now you might be asking, hey, we already have this under the index.js, which is true because we are going to delete it in a couple of minutes. So for now, we will basically initialize it from here. And then we are going to create a server, like we'll say http.create server, and we're going to pass our Express app. So this is our HTTP server, right? And then we can just say, now call the new server. This is the Scikit server. We add the server on top of it. Now with this, we have both the Scikit server and the HTTP server, which is like our Express app. I hope that makes sense. And here you can add the course options. So I'm going to say origin, and we can add the allowed origin list. So I'm going to make this to be an array. And here I'm going to get it from the front-end URL, and I'll put it right here. So this will return me something called IO. This is the convention, like you can call this anything really, but developers call this as IO, okay? Now why this is complaining? I think this should be within an object. I'm going to cut this and paste it just like that. Okay, so we have the IO. Now with this, we can listen for events. First off, we are going to say io.connection. Sorry, io.on, not connection. Here is going to be connection. Now, you might be asking, hey, dude, you just said you need to listen with scikit.on, which is true, but this is just one exception for the first time you use io.on, and everything within this will be using the scikit.on to listen events, okay? So this is kind of like an exception. And here, we're going to add a callback method. And this gets the socket as the first argument. So this is basically the user who just connected, okay? So you can think of it in that way. And now we can just say get the user ID of this user, right? So you can say like const user ID. We'll say socket.handshake.query.user ID. And this is a field we are going to send from the front end. Once we get there, I promise I'll explain. But basically, when you call your Scikit server from the front end, you would add your user ID under the query. So you can let the Scikit server know who you are, right? And we are going to say if this user ID is provided, we can make this user to be online, right? For this, you can create a user Scikit map, and you can think of it like an object where the key is going to be user ID and value will be Scikit ID. So this is the convention. This is how we can create the online users, okay? Now, I know this might look a little bit confusing for the first time, but just follow along with me. Everything will make sense. So we're going to say if there is a user ID, then we can just update this. So we'll say user socket map. The key is going to be user ID, and the value is going to be socket.id. So just like what I said, key is the user ID, value is the socket ID. And now we can say, send an event to everyone, like just like here. Let me display it. So just like here, when someone logs in, we are going to send an event to everyone, right? And for this broadcast, you would use io.emit. So here you can put anything as the event name. I'm going to say get online users. And this should be within a string, by the way. So I'm going to say get online users. And here we will basically send the keys of this user socket map. And for this, you can say object.keys and pass the user socket map. So this will get all the user IDs and send it to client. Here, I'd like to put a comment so you can have it in the source code. This is going to send event to everyone. Basically, it's going to broadcast it. Now you might have a question like, what happens if I only want to send this event to just one user, right? So let's say this user logged in and I only want to let this user know. So for this, you need to get the ID of this user, right? The socket ID, and you would say io.to, you would put the ID and then you would say emit, okay? This is something that we'll get into. I just wanted to mention it right here, but we'll get into it. Now, the other thing that I want to listen is disconnections, right? If a user disconnects, we are going to delete that user from this map and we'll let everyone that this user just logged out. And here we can use socket.on, right? And I'm gonna put a comment. Socket.on is used to listen for events. And here the name of this event is going to be disconnect. And we're gonna run a callback method. Now here you cannot really put anything. This should be disconnect exactly, and this should be connection. But the rest of the events are depending on you, right? Here you can put really anything. But these two are like these special events, okay? So within this, we can say if there is a user ID, in this case, we can just say delete it from the user socket map, and you're gonna pass the user ID. So this is JavaScript. This has nothing to do with socket.io. Basically, you pass the key and it's going to delete it from this object. And if it has been deleted, you would like to let everyone know. So you would say io.emit get online users. And here you would say object.keys, just like above. And this will let everyone know that this user has logged out, because like we deleted that user from this list, from this map, and we send it to clients, right? So if you use Socket.io for the first time, this might look a bit confusing, which is completely fine. So if you're confused, I think that's something good, because it means you're just learning something that you have never heard of before, right? So I'll just try to walk you through it once again. We already had an Express app, right? Right here, but we're going to delete it now because we created here, and on top of it we have added a socket server. Now that means we just implemented this part. So we have an Express app. On top of it we have the socket server where we can handle real-time features as well as, you know, a REST API. And then we have handled the cores right here as well. And then we are listening for connections. So anytime a user logs in, this is going to run, and that user is going to be this object. We can get their ID, update the user socket map, and send this event to everyone, letting know that this user logged in. And we will do the same thing when user disconnects. So with that in mind, at the very end of this file, I'm just going to say export a couple of different fields, like the app, the server, the IO, and there will be a method that we will create. So it's going to be 2 lines of code. Basically, whenever I pass the user ID, I'd like to get a socket ID, okay? And you'll see why that is. I will create this function. So all it does is getting the receiver socket ID. So you pass the user ID, okay? From this map, it's gonna get you the socket ID. And we are gonna be using this in the incoming minutes. So just go ahead and save this file, and actually let's import this one as well, or export it. Then we will go into the index.js. So within here, we can delete the app, and we are going to replace this with server. Get it from socket.js. Leave the other app instances as it is, but just get the app from socket.js file as well. Now with this in place, everything is working just like before, right? We have our REST API, and on top of it, we have our socket server, right? So this is what we have done. Now to implement the real-time messages, I think we had a to-do under the message controller file. So here I said we will be writing around 3 or 4 lines of code. So here, first off, what we have done is creating the message, and now we would like to send this message to that user in real time. So for this, we need to get the receiver socket ID. So I'm going to say const receiver socket ID, and we are going to call this method that we just created, right? So go ahead and import it from this file. and we are gonna pass the receiver ID into it. And this is coming from the request.params. And we'll say if receiver socket ID, which means if this user is online, right? So if user is offline, we don't really want to send the message in real time. But if user is online, we'd like to send it. And here we'll say io.to, pass the receiver ID, and actually socket ID, and we'll say emit. Here you can call this anything like message, or in my case, I'll just say new message. You can even say hello, but of course it should be something that makes sense. So this is the new message, that's the event, and we'll just send the data itself, which is the new message. Okay, so that's literally it, like 4 lines of code. And here I'm gonna say only send the message in real time if user is online. So that's literally it for the server side. In the client side, we are going to do a similar setup, but this time we are going to get the Scikit.io client package, right? This is for server side. Okay, so with this, I would say pause the video and try to go through this file, like what we have done, and you can ask questions to AI to help you to understand. You can ask me as well, like from the comments. I would try to help you out, but I think it would be better if you can just try to answer some questions by yourself and using AI. Okay, so with that said, now let's close everything and commit our changes. With this, we are completely done with the backend, right? And in the next section, we are going to get started with our React application under the front end. So I'm going to stage everything and commit this. I'm going to sync this up, and hopefully I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, so now it's time to get started with the front-end folder. So as you know, front-end is mostly UI heavy, which means you need to write a lot of CSS classes to get a beautiful design. And once you have your designs, then you can connect everything to the API that you have just built. So it's been almost 3 hours that we spent, and I tried to explain everything under the API, under the backend section in detail, from webhooks all the way up to cron jobs, to Scikit.io, I don't know, image uploads, middleware, you name it. We went through everything in detail, which is really, really good, and I'm happy with it. But the thing that I'm trying to say is that on the front end, this will not be the case. So on the front end, like for styling, I just want to copy and paste. And before you get mad, let me just tell you this. I don't remember when was the last time that I have written CSS by hand. Like I literally use AI, like Claude, to build any kind of design that I wanted to have. Now you can use Codex, you can use Cursor, I don't know, like anything, but like writing CSS is not a thing anymore. We are in 2026 as of I'm recording this video. So this is not like 2015 or 2018, right? I don't really want to make this tutorial look like stupid. So I don't want to go under the app.css, do something like padding of 5 pixels to 10 pixels to 15 pixels. Like this is just not a thing anymore, which is really, really good. Like don't get me wrong. When I first started the web development, I bought all kinds of CSS classes or CSS courses from Udemy, and I just spent like maybe 100 hours trying to learn everything. But now AI is so good when it comes to styling. You just tell it to, build a design for you, and it just does it. Maybe not in the first shot, but then you can, follow up a couple of times and it's gonna build it. So this is what I do now. I just use AI to build all kinds of designs, and this is what I'd like to show you in this tutorial as well. So instead of teaching you something that I don't really do, I'd like to show you something that I always do, right? I hope that makes sense. So with that said, in the front end part, instead of writing everything by hand, I will be kind of like a teacher at this point, and I'll show you how every single piece comes together and create an application or a beautiful front end. So I do really hope that you don't get mad because we copy and paste. So what I would say, just go into the source code. You will find the link in the description. Just have this open and as I copy and paste, you can do the same thing as I do. So just have the front end folder open and like we'll create a bunch of different files and folders. As I copy and paste, you can do the exact same thing. Now you might be wondering that if we copy and paste, will you understand anything? Well, 100%, I'm going to explain the tools that we are using, like why we are using them in the first place. But when it comes to like syntax or designing, like, I'm just not going to type it by hand, if I have to be honest. And I think this is the reality of today's coding. Basically, what you do is copying a documentation and pasting it to LLM, and it's just going to build it for you from absolute scratch following the documentation. So with that said, there are two types of people that I see. So you can either be this guy like very depressed thinking AI can build anything, or you can be very excited and futuristic about AI, thinking that AI can build anything. So let me just spin up a project pretty quickly, build it, and then just get into the marketing so that hopefully I can make some money. And that's exactly what we have done in our school community as well. In literally 15 days, we have built a mobile application and we submitted to the App Store. And here you can take a look at the mobile app. This is like a calorie tracking app, but it helps skinny people to bulk up and gain weights. So if you're interested in building your own mobile application and deploying it to App Store in 15 days, I'll leave the link in the description. Feel free to join us. To build this application, we used AI for almost every single thing, but it was with a plan, not randomly just saying build me the mobile app and that's it. Not really. We had plans, we had README, we had skills, we had design, different assets, so on and so forth. So with that said, let's continue with the project. So since AI has been a thing, I've been this guy and I don't really see myself ever being this guy. And I highly, highly recommend you to be this guy as well. Like just using AI, I became much more productive and like I just made much more money that I could ever imagine thanks to AI. Okay, so with that said, like I want to jump into coding, but I wanted to give you kind of like what we are going to be doing in the front end part, which is kind of like copying and pasting rather than typing everything. So I'm sorry if you're annoyed, but that's the reality of today's coding and you better get adapted, right? Okay, so with this, first off, we are going to go under the source and we are just going to delete the assets. We don't really need them. We're going to delete the app.css. We're going to go under the index.css and delete everything. And under the source, we can create some pages, like a folder, right? Then we can create the components, and we are going to get into them in the incoming sections. But first, let's go ahead and set up Tailwind. So I'll just search for tailwindcss.com. I'll say get started. Using Vite is selected. We already have a project. So we are going to get into the second step. I'll open up my terminal. Let's go under the front end. So I'll go one up. Within this, I'll go into the front end and I'll paste this in. Then while this is installing, we are going to go into the vite.config.js file, which is this one. And we are going to import the Tailwind CSS and we are going to be putting it under the plugins. So maybe right after the React. This is what they say in the documentation as well. Here you can tell. Then we're going to get this, put it under the CSS file. Just like that. And I think we are ready to go. So here, now if you don't know, by the way, Tailwind CSS is kind of like a set of utility classes. Instead of writing these in your CSS file, you just put it under the JSX, right? So under the class, you just put flex or flex column or padding, you know, border radius, things like that. I think everyone knows Tailwind CSS at this point. It is just the way to go when it comes to styling. Now, on top of Tailwind CSS, we are going to be using Hero UI, which is going to allow us to have these different themes, right? And it also has a bunch of different components. So let me just go into the application that we are going to have. Here you can tell with the theme palette, we will get all these themes from Hero UI, right? It's the exact same thing, as you can tell. So we're going to get into that, but just know that on top of Tailwind, we're going to use Hero UI, which is really, really cool. So with this implemented, we can just say npm run dev. And let's open up the app.jsx. Here I'm going to say class name, text of maybe like 4x large. And if you're not getting these auto suggestions like 4x large or anything, that means you don't have this extension. So it's going to be called Tailwind IntelliSense. Okay, so this is this one. Go ahead and install it. Then you're going to get the same thing as I do. Let's just say text will be red of 500. And we can even give like background of, I don't know, blue 400. Let's go into our application. So here it says you're importing app.css, which doesn't exist. So let's delete that. Now it is working. As you can tell, we have Tailwind CSS classes working. Now with that said, let's go under the Hero UI documentation and we are going to say quick start. Here is how we can install it. First off, we're going to get this script. So just copy it and open up your terminal under the front end, paste this in. Here it says you have to be using React 19 and Tailwind CSS version 4. These are the things that we already have. And the other thing is getting this import and putting it under the CSS file. So we'll just put it right here. And I think we are ready to get started with it. So I'm going to copy this import. Let's go under the app.jsx. So this import should be right here. And then I'm going to get the button. Okay, so let's save and run our application. As you can tell, we have a pre-made button. So we don't really need to write all kinds of classes to get a button like this. Now from Hero UI, we'd like to have these themes, right? So if the default is selected, that's going to be the color. If Spotify is selected, this green color will be the primary color. And to get these themes, we will go under the front end. So under the source, let's create a folder called styles. And we can have a file like hero UI-theme-presets, let's say presets.css. And I have generated this file with the help of AI. I basically said, go ahead and find the theme presets from Hero UI documentation. And then it just generated this entire file. So you can copy it and paste it from the source code from this file. Like this has no logic at all. All it does is adding the different themes. So for the sky theme, this is what you're going to be using for the light mode, and this is what you're going to be using for the dark mode, right? Same thing for this, this one, that one, Netflix, Uber, Spotify, Coinbase, etc. Okay, so this has nothing to do with logic. We would like to copy and paste. Like, don't get me wrong, I could type this, right? I could just like say accent, foreground, but it's just wasting time. This doesn't teach you anything. Okay, so now that we have this file, we need to use it, right? So for this, we'll go under the index.css and we'll basically import it just like this. Let me undo it and paste it. We'll go under the styles and get this file. And then here we would like to add a couple of different things. Again, you can just get it from the source code from the index.css. This will be used to implement light and dark mode. And then we have some animations that we are going to be using basically in the authentication page. So this icon that you see, it'll be going up and down like infinitely. And this is what we use the Auth float y keyframe. Okay. Now we got the CSS file for our themes. Let me display. So what we have done so far is the CSS files. So it's going to update the actual colors. But for this UI where we put the name like default, sky, and the rest, for this we can create an array and map through it. So imagine we have an array of some objects where we have a label and we have this color, and we are going to map through it. For every single one of them, we will display this kind of a component. So for this, we'll go and create an array. And I'll go under the front end, under the source, I'll create a folder called data. And within this, I will get this file name. So it'll be called something like this, Hero UI theme presets.js. And I'll just copy and paste. You can do the exact same thing. It has no logic at all. So it is just an array of objects. We have the ID, label, and then the color. So label will be used right here, right? So default, sky, etc. They're gonna have IDs as well and the colors. And I think we're gonna have a default one, which will be the default, right? If you wanted to, by default, you can use one of the other ones, but I'll go with the default, just like Hero UI. Now, other than the theme presets, we're gonna have some wallpapers, right? So if you press this button, you're gonna get like how many? So you're gonna get 13 different wallpapers. And for this, let's go ahead and create the images. You can install all of them from the source code. So head over to source code, under the front end, under the public, you're gonna see this folder called, I think, wallpapers. So I'm creating it right now. You can grab it from the source code and there will be all kinds of images that we'll be using. I'm going to copy and paste every single one of them. Now, once you get them, just shrink it, go under the public and get the auth.png. So it's that logo that we'll be using and we'll have the application logo as well. So go ahead and grab all these files. And one more thing we are going to have, which will be the sounds. So as you type in this application, like when you go into chat and when you start typing, you're gonna see some keyboard strokes. So you will find them under the source code. I'm gonna copy and paste them right now. So here I got 4 of these and we're gonna be running them randomly. And here is how they sound. Like hopefully you're able to see it or hear it from the video. Okay, so we're gonna run them randomly. Now there will be a button on our front-end UI where user can either enable it or disable it, because at some point it can be annoying for some users. Now with that said, for the wallpapers, again, we'd like to have this array of objects so we can map through them, and for every single one of them we can display this kind of a component. And here we will have 2 different sections, one for the desktop and one for the abstract category. Okay, so let's go under the source, under the data. Let me just close everything. We'll go under the data and we'll create this file called wallpapers.js. And I want you to copy and paste this entire file. So here we have our sections, which are the, desktop and abstract. Then we have the wallpapers. As you can tell, we are using the URL for every single one of these images. Then here we have frame style from URL, then get wallpaper by ID. So these are some helper methods that we are going to be using. So once you get this file, just go ahead and save it. Now the other thing that I'd like to do is creating some React context so that we can basically make this work. So when you press this button, what's going to happen? Well, the model is going to close and the background will update. So for this, we can create a context, put our functions and some of our configurations. So for this, first off, I'm going to go under the front-end folder as usual. Under the source, I'm going to create the context folder. And within this, we will create the theme context.js file or even JSX. Then we'll do a similar thing for the wallpaper, right? So I'm going to copy it and here I'll say wallpaper, actually all lowercase, context.jsx. And we will create 2 different files as well. So we will create one for theme. I'll say theme.js. So basically within this, we can use the theme context. And here we will have the wallpaper.js file. And within this, we can use the wallpaper context. Now, before we get into coding, I'd like to explain how did I come up with this UI. So first off, I just imagine it in my mind, right? And then I just ask AI to build it for me. So how I did that was basically this. I literally created a sketch. So I said, this is my app, right? And I put some text, like I just said, this is the browser. And then here I said, I'm going to have a chat container, which is this entire chat container that you see. So let me just type this in. I said chat container. And then within this, I think I put the buttons just like that. So here I said like I'm gonna have a wallpaper button, and then I referenced it. I said wallpaper btn, and I basically tell AI when we press this, there will be a modal open, and here we can select the wallpapers. So I literally took this as a screenshot, like this, and I went to VS Code, open up Claude, and by the way, Claude is like you have to pay for it, but you can use Cursor or I think Codex for free. Like it's going to be a limited, but at least you can use it a little bit. And I would say just go ahead and get the plan for $20 a month. It is the best investment that you can ever make. So you can either get Claude, Cursor, Codex, any of them. So here I was explaining that I open up Claude, and then let me just maximize this. I paste a screenshot that I got, and then I just said, go ahead and implement it for me. So it has created all these files. So that's the reason like I don't want to type this out, because I made AI to build it for me. Just understand the concept behind it. I think that should be enough. Okay, so I'll go under the theme context. I want you to go to the source code, copy this and paste it. Then I will try to explain pretty quickly. Okay, so within this, I will paste this in. Now here, what we are doing is that we are getting a couple of different hooks from React. We are getting the presets from Hero UI theme presets. Like, I'll just wait for this to load it. So basically, we are going to get the default theme preset, which is right here. And then we have a couple of different methods, like to get the system theme, to read the store theme under the local storage, apply the DOM theme. You can see we have a bunch of different helper methods, and within our provider, we'll be using them. So this will basically update the UI as well as the local storage so that we can both check if we are in the light theme or dark mode or light mode, or it's going to also implement the different themes, just like one of these, right? So when you press them, it's going to make the UI work, and it is happening thanks to this context. Now we will go under the theme, and we're going to get a couple of different things as well. Again, you can just get it from the source code. Like this has nothing to do with logic other than some UI manipulation. Okay, so basically we have this hook called use theme, and it is using the theme context. So we're going to do a similar thing for the wallpaper context as well. I want you to copy and paste it from the source code. Again, you can just take a look at it, like what is happening. We have a couple of different helper methods, or even only one, and we are getting some data or the context from wallpaper, which is this file. And you can get the content from the source code. This is much shorter. We just create the context and create this hook, which is going to consume the context. So go ahead and save all of these files, and we should be good to go. So I'm going to close everything, and we will go under the app.jsx, and we are going to wrap our application. So first I'm going to delete this. I will wrap it with the theme provider, and then we are going to duplicate it. Let's duplicate this part as well. This time it's going to be wallpaper not indicator, but wallpaper provider. Make sure to close this correctly. And I don't know why we cannot import this, but let's just do it manually. So we are going to get this component from right here, which is this file. Okay, so we have the theme provider. Now this means within our entire application, we can use the components or the functions, methods, which are coming from these providers. And we are going to get into that. Basically, once we build this header component, everything will be implemented. So I would like to delete this header and basically everything within the wallpaper provider, and we are going to set up different pages. Like we're going to have the authentication page as well as the chat page. So for this, we need to install a package. I'll go under the front end. Let me clear this up. I'm going to say npm install Usually you would say React Router DOM, but they have updated to React Router. So you would install that, and then you would go under the main.jsx, where you would like to get a component, then wrap your entire application with it. And this is going to be the browser router component. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it from React Router. Let's actually type it out. I'm going to say browser router from React Router. And then we'll wrap entire application with it. So I'm going to say browser router. Now we can go under the app.jsx and create our routes. Here I will get the routes component. This will be imported from React Router. Then we can get every single route. So import the route element as well. We're going to put the path. So for the home page, we would like to see the chat page element. So I'm going to say element, go ahead and return the chat page component, which is something that we need to create. So we will go under the pages, and I'm going to say .jsx. For now, let's say rfce. And if you are not getting this snippet, that means you don't have this extension called React Snippets. So it is this one. Go ahead and install it. Then you would just say rfce, and you're going to get the snippet. So save it, and then import this page. Duplicate it. We're going to have /auth as well. In this case, we are going to return the auth page. And let's create this one as well. So create this file, get the snippet, and then import this element. Since we are not using them, I'm going to delete them from this file. And let's run our application, and then we'll just give it a go. If I visit the home page, I see the chat page, right? And if I visit the auth page, like this, I'm going to see the auth page. Now here we can add the authentication check. So if I'm not authenticated, I should not be able to visit the chat page, right? So here I will go into app.jsx, and from Clerk, I'm going to get the use auth hook. So you can import it from Clerk, and this is going to give you a couple of different fields. For now, let's just get the is signed in and is loaded. This checks if Clerk is loaded, and this checks if user is signed in. Here I'm going to say if user visits the home page, they can see the chat page component. And instead of calling this home, let's just say root, okay? So if user visits the root, they can see the chat page. But first, I'd like to check if this user is signed in or not. So I'm going to say if user is signed in, then okay, show them the chat page, but else navigate them to the auth page. So import the navigate element from React Router, and then you will say to/auth. And you can say replace. Now with this, let's go and visit the home page. Notice how it is taking me to auth. Like I cannot visit the chat page, right? Or the root. And in a similar way, what I'll be doing, here I'll say if user is authenticated and wants to visit this page, don't let them to visit it. So here I'm going to say if user is not signed in, then they can visit the auth page. But if they are signed in, so I'm going to copy this entire thing. Let me zoom out. So we'll say if user is signed in, then take them to the chat page. Just like that. Okay, so with that said, I think we can leave this section right here. I know that we have done a lot of different things, but we don't really see any result. That's because we are missing so many components. In the next section, we are going to get started with the auth page, and you're going to see how everything comes together. So just by building this auth page, we will be able to have the light mode and dark mode. We're going to have the theme switcher as well as the wallpaper component. So everything that we have done so far, like the theme provider, wallpaper provider, they will all work. Now I know that we have copied and pasted, and some of you guys are absolutely annoyed. Well, I don't get it, like it's fine. You just need to get comfortable with this concept where AI can build all of this for you. So I am just here to kind of like navigate you and show you how everything comes together. so that in your next project you can use these tools and ask AI to implement everything for you. And the other thing that I want to mention is that if you just get hired today in the company, they will ask you to use AI. Like none of your team leaders will come up to you and say, you should type this by hand. Like it's not going to happen. They'll tell you to write the code, with AI. And what I've heard is that companies are basically buying you AI credits, like monthly $100, or I don't know, a really good plan where you can just use AI infinitely, or, like not infinitely, but have really, really high limits. So of course there are some rules, like you shouldn't just use it randomly. There will be some structure, like a plan, but everyone just uses AI even in the companies. Okay, so this is something to mention because like most people just don't know it, and like it's very surprising for me. Okay, so with that said, I'm gonna save everything. Here we have a warning, which is fine. For now, let's just add if is loaded. Sorry, if is not loaded, which means if Clerk is not loaded. In this case, we can just return something like loading, and we can put 3 dots. And later in the video, we are going to actually update it. So I'll add a to-do. I'm gonna say, make this a better component. So for the first 1 second, when you reload your app, notice how Clerk is loading, right? So that's what you're gonna see. That's the reason we add this if check. Okay, so with this, I'm gonna go ahead and close everything, stage all my changes, get a commit message, commit it, and then hopefully I'll see you in the next lesson. And of course, don't forget to sync this up. Okay, so I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, so welcome back. In this lesson, we are gonna build the authentication screen, and here is the end result. Before we jump into coding, I'd like to show you how it looks like so you can kind of like imagine what we are building. So we're gonna have this entire container in the middle of the screen, and within this we're going to have two different components, so something on the left and something on the right. And please notice here we don't have any logic at all. This is pure CSS, and I built this with AI, so I'll just walk you through it pretty quickly once we get there. And then on the right hand side, again, this is only UI. The only functionality here is this button. Once you press this, let me actually do it. Like once you press this, you'll get a Clerk model where user can actually sign in. So that's it, literally one on-click event handler. But the header component is important. So on the left, we have our application logo. And then on the right-hand side, we have a couple of different buttons. So when you press this, you're going to get the wallpaper component, which is going to look like this. And then when you press to the other button, you're going to get the theme selector. And this is going to allow you to toggle the state for light mode or dark mode. Okay, so we're going to get into that, but please notice how this is a reusable component, because if you take a look at it, we are using it both in the Auth page and in the chat page, right? This part is exactly the same. Okay, so with that said, just take a look at the end result. Now let's get into VS Code. So here you can tell we are using a couple of different icons. For this, we are going to install a package. And by the way, in my terminal, I'm running both the front end and back end. I'll create a new terminal, and I'm going to cd into the front end, and I'm going to say npm install lucid-react. So basically, this is a package. You can take a look at it. I said package, but yeah, basically it's a library for icons, and you get really, really cool icons. And it's very easy to use. Just install it, and anywhere you can import the components. Okay, so I'll go under the front end, and there is one thing that I realized. So it is kind of like a typo that I have. This should be only home, not chat. Because if you take a look at it, for home screen, we don't really put something like chat, right? Okay, so we basically say if user is not signed in, they're gonna go into the auth page, but if they are signed in, just take them to the home route so that they can see the chat page. Alright, so that was kind of like a typo that I had. With that said, let's go under the auth page and get started with it. So within this, under the return statement, we are gonna have a div. Let's first delete the content. And here within this div, I'm gonna have a bunch of different classes. Instead of typing this out, I'm going to paste this in, and I hope you don't mind it. This has no logic at all. And I genuinely just created this with AI, as I said. And then within this, we're going to have one more div. This is kind of like a second parent so that we can give that styling. So it's going to be like in the middle of the screen, etc. So I'm going to get the class name and paste it right here. Super basic CSS classes. Within this, we're going to have a component called Auth header, which is going to be this part. Okay, so right below to it, we're going to have our main content. And within this, we're going to have the left-hand side and then the right-hand side. Okay, so let's go into VS Code. I'm going to say, let's get a main element, and this will get some classes, just like that. And within this, we're going to have the Auth hero panel. Let's duplicate it. Right next to it, we're going to have the Auth action panel. So this is how I call it. You can come up with a different name, but that's what I'm going to have. Now let's go under the components, and we are going to create all of these components one by one. So since they are related to authentication, under the components, I'll create a folder called Auth, and within this, we are going to create these files. So I'm just going to copy the name, paste this in, and for now, let's just get the snippet and save it. And now we can import it. Let's do the same thing for these files. Okay, so I'm just going to say rfce, close them, and import these files. Now, with that said, I think we can get started with the Auth header element. Now, before we get into it, here I'd like to import something, which is going to be our hook for the wallpaper. So I'm going to say use wallpaper, and from this, we can get something called the frame style. And if you're wondering, like, where do I get this field? If you go under the wallpaper and visit the wallpaper context, if you scroll to the bottom, you're going to see that under the values, we provide this frame style as one of the values. And what this does, let's go under the file called Wallpapers.js. Basically, this is going to put the background image depending on the selected wallpaper. So let's go into diagrams. If you press this one, the background is going to be this wallpaper, right? If you press this one, wallpaper will be that one. So this is exactly what we are doing. Okay, so with that said, now we will be using this frame style right here. So I'm going to say the styling will be overridden with this value. I'm just going to get the frame style. And with this in place, we can go under the Auth header. Now within this, we're going to have a component. Let me show you the Auth header component. So here we will have our application logo, right? So for this, I'm going to create a separate component, and it's going to be called as app logo. I'll just put it under the components. Let's say app logo.jsx. And for the content, you can just grab it from the source code. It is like 10 lines of code. We basically just display an image. And just in case if you're interested to update the name of this application, you can just come here and put anything that you want. In this case, I'll go with iMessage. So this is like a global variable. Once you update it here, in every single part of your application is going to be updated. Okay, so super simple component. We just return an image, which is going to be using the logo.png, which is coming from right here. And I generated this image with ChatGPT. And how did I came up with this? Well, basically it is the iMessage logo, but instead of green, it is blue. So I basically pasted this image, this logo to ChatGPT, and I said, give me this in blue color. And then I also said, make it to be a transparent background. Okay, so that's the app logo component. Now we'll go right here. I'm going to return a header component. And this header is going to get a bunch of different classes. So let me just provide this to you. If you don't want to type this out, just get it from the source code. And this is what I would suggest you, like, don't type this out, get it from the source code. And within this, we're going to have the application logo. We're going to have the iMessage, which is the application name. And then here, kind of like a decorator, is going to say private session. So this will be under a div element. I'll go ahead and paste this in. we're going to get the app logo, app name, let's import it as well, and then the private session as the text. Within this, still under the header element, like within the header element, we'll get a div. Let me zoom in. So this is going to have the class name as flex. It should not be shrinkable. So we'll say shrink of 0, item centered. Items will be center, and we'll say gap 0.5. Within this, we're going to have 3 different elements. Basically, it is the right-hand side. So it's going to be this part. So as you can imagine, we built the left-hand side. Now we're going to build this part. So here within this, we're going to have one component for the wallpaper selection. Then we're going to have the theme selector as well as the toggle theme element. Okay, so let's go ahead and create it. I'll just import all of them at the same time. Let's save and let's create these components. So we'll have the wallpaper picker element. So this will be something reusable. So instead of putting it under the auth, I'll just put it under the components. So I'm going to say .jsx rfce, let's save and import it. And let's do the same thing for these components as well. Okay, so go ahead and create all of these files under the components, and then you can import them one by one. Now, the logic within them is very, very simple. Basically, within the wallpaper picker component, I'm just going to get it from the source code. And all this does is using the wallpaper context that we created. So it is this one, right? So we have a couple of different methods, a couple of different values. So we will just be using these values. Now you can get the entire file from the source code and paste it. But before I do so, I would like to show you 2 different components. So under the wallpaper picker element, which is this one, right? So we have the model itself. So we have the backdrop. When you press this, it's going to close this element. And within this, we have the thumbnail, right? So this is what we call a wallpaper thumbnail. And for the model element, we can just use hero UI. Let's go under the documentation. I'm just going to search for the model element. And here's an example. Once you press a button, this is what you're going to get, like a similar thing. This is exactly what we are doing. And if you press outside, it's going to close it. And you even have the close button. And if you press escape, it'll also close that. And how do you implement this? Like, do you go into Codebase and understand everything? Well, at this day and age, not really. You can just copy it for any of the AI agents. So you can just copy it as Markdown and paste it to, ChatGPT, Claude, Cursor, whatever you're using. But if you're interested how that works, this is the logic. And let's go into our code base and see how we can use them. So I'm going to go ahead, and this is the end result, by the way. Let me zoom out. We have every single component, and we'll get started with this one. So here I'll get the entire file, paste this in, almost 100 lines of code. Now let me walk you through it. So we have 2 different things, the actual element and then the thumbnail. All this does is returning a button, and it contains the image as the wallpaper, right? The wallpaper URL. So this is the button that we just created. Okay, so this is the wallpaper thumbnail element. When you press it, it's going to run this method and UI will be updated. Okay, so you can take a look at the code. I will provide it under the source code. And then within this, we have the actual logic. Like we are using hero UI, bunch of different components. We are using some icons. We use a hook from React to make the transition smooth. We are getting the wallpaper hook and these variables that we created. So if you save everything and go into the actual application, let's save, probably we have some typos, or it says we cannot really find wallpaper picker element. Let me just take a look at it. Wallpaper, okay, so we are exporting it. Let's go under the auth header. Okay, so I think here I should import it in this way, because we just say export immediately. If you say export default, then you could import it in this way. So I'm going to bring this back just like this. And here I'm going to delete the default text. With this, let's go ahead and reload. It should work out. If I press, here you can tell. And if you press one of these thumbnails, it literally updates the UI. So now that this is working, we are going to do the exact same thing for the theme preset picker element. I'll go ahead and visit VS Code. We can close this component and let's get into this one. Again, this will be around 100 lines of code, and all we are doing is just importing the hero icon elements. And then we are just calling one of our hooks, which is the use theme, right? Okay, please feel free to take a look at the code base if you're interested, but really what you do here is just going to hero UI, copying the documentation, pasting it to something like Cloud. Just like here in VS Code, they have the extension. You would paste it, and then you can just say, can you please implement this for my theme preset picker? This is what I would do. This is what I'm doing day to day. And it's really, really productive. Okay, so with that said, I think here, since I'm exporting in this way, I need to go right here and fix this import for the theme preset. I will basically wrap it with the brackets, and then it should work out. Okay, so as you can tell, it is actually updating the UI, but since we don't have any texts or any components, we cannot really see it. But I promise later in the video it's gonna work out once we have some text, once we use the hero UI elements. Alright, so with this implemented, now we can get started with the theme toggle. And if you're wondering how to implement this, like the light and dark mode, you would just search it right here. Let's say dark mode. And then you would just copy the entire documentation, paste it to AI. And Hero UI itself is also using the exact same thing. Now let's go into VS Code. I'm going to visit the theme toggle element or the component, and I'm going to get the entire code from source code. So we literally have two different buttons for the light mode and for the dark mode. And here we use some icons from Lucid React as well as our use theme hook. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and I think I need to fix this import as well. So once you save, you should be able to test this out in dark mode and light mode. So with that, we are completely done with the header element. Now we can get started with the left-hand side. So I'm going to go into VS Code. Let's close these elements. And I will open up the Auth hero panel.jsx. Now within this element, we are going to be using a component for the background grid. So here you can tell we have like a grid background, and in the middle we have kind of like gradient. I don't know if it is visible from the video, but it is literally right here. And we also kind of like fade this out, so the grid is only visible in the center. If you take a look at it, once you go to the sides, it is not really visible. And for this, I just went into Cloud and I said, give me this kind of a component. And there is also a website called 21st.dev. You can find similar components. So here you can just search for something like, I don't know, grid background. You will get hundreds of different examples. Like right here, you have the grid pattern. You can open this up and just copy the code, or you can copy the prompt, paste it to AI, and it'll generate it for you. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go into VS Code. Before we get into this element, I will create that background, and I think I'll put it under the Auth because this is the place that we'll be using it. I'm going to call this component as Auth hero pattern.jsx, and I'll just get the code from source code. Again, this is coming from a website like 21st.dev. Okay, so all we are doing here, like no logic at all. The only thing we have are some CSS classes, and that's it. So I am assuming that you're going to get this file from source code, and then we will get into the Auth hero panel. And from here, literally, I'm going to get the code. Once again, from source code, we get the Auth hero pattern. We have some huge classes, that are generated by AI. You don't really need to type this out. And then, yeah, let's just save and take a look at the end result. I'm gonna reload. Probably I have an export issue once again. So here under the auth page, I'll just wrap this with the brackets. Now we can reload and get the left-hand side. As you can tell, like I'll just zoom in. This is floating, right? And I mentioned this under the index.css file. We have a keyframe for it, which is this one. And we are using it in this component. So now that we have the left-hand side, let's go ahead and get started with this element. So I'll go into VS Code. Let's open up this one. Now, before we write code for this, here I want you to notice that for this card element, we have kind of like styled card. And for this, I will create a component. So I will go under the auth and I will call it as auth card shell.jsx. And you can get this from source code. It's super simple. I mean, it doesn't have any logic, but it's literally some styling. So we basically get the children, which is the actual content within the card, and we put it right here. So we display the card content, but on top of it, we add some styling, and that's it, literally. So I will go right here under the auth action panel. And again, I'll just get the code from source code. Let's paste this in, see the end result, and then I will walk you through it. So it turns out we are not using these elements, so I'm going to delete them. Let's just see the end result, and then I will come here and see what we are doing. So I'm going to reload. Probably something has failed. Again, it's related to the import. It should be in this way. Now, once I reload, as you can tell, it is working and it's even responsive. Okay, so here, once you press that, what's going to happen is that we will open up the Clerk model. Now, how does this work? Well, we only have one simple functionality, which is that if you press this button, we are going to call the Clerk. So here we get the use Clerk hook from Clerk, and we got the Clerk object. Then once you press this button, which is continue, you are calling clerk.openSignin method. So this is going to open up the model. And here we have extra configuration. We say fallback redirect URL is going to be after auth, which is the home screen. And same thing for the forced redirect URL. So other than this file doesn't contain a single part of logic. It's literally just CSS classes and styling. So with that said, let's go ahead and log in just to test out if it is going to work or not. Well, 100% is going to work out, but you know, just to prove you it is working, I'm going to press that button and it should take me to the home screen. We even have the verification. Okay, so as you can tell, now I am under the chat page. And if I try to visit auth page, I cannot really do it. You know, it's going to redirect me to the chat page because under the app.jsx, we have set this up. So here we say if user wants to visit the auth page and if they are signed in, just navigate them to the home screen. If they are not signed in, they can visit the auth page. So with that said, I think we are completely done with this section. I know that we have copied and pasted a bunch of different things, but you know, I mentioned this multiple times. At this point, that's what we're going to be doing on the front end side. There is one thing that I'd like to do, which is my to-do. I'm just going to create a component here. I'm going to call it as page loader. Just like this. And let's go ahead and create it under the components. So this will be just a simple component for loading purposes. And I think I'm just going to get the code from source code. It is literally 10 lines of code, or I don't know, 20 lines of code. I'm going to save and let's get this one. I'll import it. Let's delete the to-do and check it out. If I refresh, notice how this is what we got. I think it looks way better than what we had previously. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead, close everything and end this section right here. I'm gonna stage everything and get a commit message, and then I'm gonna commit that. And as usual, we'll just sync this up. And our changes will be on production as well. So we can just visit render.com. If you go to your render dashboard, you're gonna see that it is going to start a new deployment. Okay, so with that said, hopefully I'll see you in the next lesson where we will get started with the actual chat screen. Alright, so now that we have the authentication page ready, we will go ahead and get started with the chat page itself. Now before we jump into coding, there are a couple of different things that we need to set up. First off, under the source, I'll create a folder called lib, and here we would like to set up a couple of different things. And the first one is going to be the Axios package. So I'll create a file for this called Axios.js. And if you don't know already, Axios is an alternative to the Fetch API. It is way more comfortable than Fetch. So this is what I'm gonna be using. Now for this, first we need to go under the front end. So let me cd into the front end and install this package. So we'll get the Axios. And if you remember in the previous sections, I said that in the client side, we're going to get the scikit.io -client package. So let's install it as well. So both of them has been installed. We are going to be using them. Let's go under the Axios file. And first off, we are going to import Axios from the Axios package. And basically, we will just create a global instance. Let's call this as Axios instance. And here you would say axios.create. You can call this anything, by the way, but this is the convention. Then this would get an object. And here you would like to pass your base URL, which is your API endpoint. So here I'm going to say if we are in the development mode, then use localhost 3000 because this is where our backend is running. But if we are in production, just use /API. In production, there is nothing called localhost. So it's going to use your actual domain /API. So that's the base URL. And the other option we would like to pass is going to be with credentials that is equal to true. So what this does is basically when you send a request to your API, it says include the cookies and headers within the request. And we would like to include it so that backend can check if this user is authenticated or not. So that's the entire thing. We are going to be using this anytime we would like to send a request to our API. So imagine we will be, just an example, like from here we would say Axios instance, let's say .get, which means a get request. If you want to send a post request, you would call this, etc. And then you would pass the endpoint. Now it is already prefixed with /API, so you don't really need to say /API/users. Just type /users and the body, whatever you would like to send. And we're going to see the examples in the incoming minutes. So for now, let's go ahead and save this file, and that's it. Now under the lib folder, the other thing that I'd like to set up is a very simple file. I'm going to call this as utils.js, and this will basically have a method, just a function where we can format the message time. So that's it. Just go ahead and get this from the source code. Now, what else we're going to be doing? Let's go ahead and talk about something called state management, and specifically, we will use a package called the_stand. So first, let's create a folder. Under the source, I'm going to call it as store, and within this, we are going to have basically two different stores. The first one will be related to authentication, so I'm going to say use auth store.js. And before we jump into coding, let's talk about the the_stand package. I'm going to first install it. Let's go under the front end. I'll say npm install the_stand, just like that. And let's go into diagrams and just understand why are we using it in the first place. So without the_stand, just imagine if you have a state in a parent component, let's say right here, and you would like to pass this state to this component. What you would do, you would pass it to here first, because you cannot pass it directly. And this would pass it to the children, and this would pass it to, finally, the actual component, which is going to make your code base very, very messy. So we wish there was like a solution where we can create like a global box, and this can directly just call the state and use it, right? So this is your kind of like global box. In here you have states or methods or anything really. And now any component can use it directly. So if this wants to use it, it can just get it directly. This can get it directly. This can get it directly, right? Okay, now that's the logic behind it. We don't really want to create a state right here and then pass it to all the way up to this component. It's very, very messy because maybe this component doesn't really need this state. It only takes it just to, send it to the next component and next component. So that's the logic behind it. I think if you understand what thusSend does in this case, the code part is not really that important. And here's the thusSend package. There's an example. You get the create method. You create a store. Like here you have the state called count and a method called increment. Now within a component, you would just call this hook and get these values. Let's actually see this as an example. I'm going to copy it and let's paste it right here. This is just an example. We are going to delete it. Let's export it as well. And let me once again try to explain what this does. Basically, we are calling the create method and it gets a callback method. Within this callback, we are returning an object, which is the global state. So what you have here is a value, right? And this is accessible from the rest of your application. And here, same for the method. Now you might be asking what this set is. Well, when you use a use state, let me just show you pretty quickly. So when you have data and set data, this is what you would do with use state, right? You have a setter method so that you can update the data. This is exactly what that is. It is the setter method. Now here, let's just try to save it. Let's say you would like to use this state within the app.jsx. All you would do, you would say use counter or use store. And then you would just get the count value. So that's the entire thing. Now with a single line, you're able to get access to the store or the value. Now you can just say console log.count. You can do the exact same thing in any of your components at this point. So that means this is a global state at this point. Okay, so I hope that you understand the code part as well as the logic. With this in mind, let's go right here and we will actually build the authentication store. So this is the convention. Whatever you have as the file name, you would just call it as the exact same thing. So I'm going to say use auth store. Of course, we don't need the counter. This is just an example. I'm going to delete that. So here you can get another argument called get, and you will see how to use it in a second. It is basically a getter method. So here we will have a couple of different values. First, the authenticated user. Initially, it's going to be null, but once user logs in, we are going to update this value. And then when user logs out, again, we are going to put it back to null. Then we can have a loading state. So I'm going to say is checking authentication. That's going to be equal to true. Then we would like to store the online users under an array. And then we're going to get the socket instance. So this is going to check if user is connected to socket or not. And depending on that, we can listen for real-time messages and we can update the online users array. Now we are going to have a couple of different methods as well, like the check authentication. We are going to run this when users authenticated. So this is going to be an async method, and before we run anything within this, we would like to update the loading state. It is already true, but I think this is what we can do. We'll just say set, this is our state we would like to update, and we're going to make it to be equal to true. So here, let's say you would like to update this state. You can just come here within the object, you can add the key, and you can put any value you wish. So that's how we use the set method. And then we'll have a try and catch block. Under the try, we're going to say await Axios instance dot get, and we're going to send a request to our endpoint called auth check. And this is going to get us a response back. And we can say, call the set method, and we would like to update the auth user. I'm going to say res.data, which is going to be the authenticated user. Now let's go under the catch block. Here I'm going to say error in check auth, and then we can say, since this has failed, we will say auth user should be equal to null. And then finally, we will take the loading state and make it equal to false, because either you succeed or fail, eventually this should be equal to false. So that's the check auth method. Then we're gonna have a clear auth method as well. And we're gonna call this basically when user logs out. And all we want to do is updating our state, like kind of like resetting it. So we're gonna say user logged out. Let's make the authenticated user to be equal to null. Now we are not checking for the authentication, and there are no more online users, because you logged out. You should not be able to see who is online and who is offline. Now that's actually it for check auth and clear auth, but on top of it we can add the socket connection. So I'm gonna go ahead and import the IO method from socket.io client, and basically if a user is authenticated, right here we would like to say this user connected to socket as well, and if user logs out, we are gonna disconnect them from the socket, right? So you're gonna see how easy it is. First off, I'm gonna get my base URL. Again, here I'll just have it as a variable. I'm gonna say if I'm in development, this is my base URL, but if I am in production, just use whatever the domain is, okay? So this is how we would use it, because in production, we don't have localhost. So go ahead and save this file, and we will create two different methods. So I'm gonna say connect socket, and here this will get the user as the argument. And first off, I would like to check if user is undefined. So if user is undefined, I don't really want to connect to socket. So I'm going to say return, don't do anything. Or the other option is if user is already connected to socket. Now, how do you check for it? Well, if you remember, we have the socket object. So let's try to get it. I'm going to say call the get method. And right after this, you would say dot socket. So here, if this was called socket123, you would say socket123, right? Let me bring this back to socket. And here I'm going to add the optional chaining. And I'm going to say if this is already connected, don't try to call this method again. So just return. But if user is not connected, we'll say const socket. We're going to call the IO method, and we're going to pass the base URL. Now, if you remember in the backend part, under the socket.js file, I said with the handshake, we are going to send a query, which is called user ID. And this is that part. So basically, you're going to add your query and whatever you are expecting. If this was something like hello, let me bring this back, by the way, you would just say hello, right? So it's going to be under an object, but here we call this as user ID. So that's the key, and we're going to pass user._ID. Okay, so believe it or not, that's the entire thing you need to connect to socket. Just one single line, paste your base URL into the IO method, and any queries if you are expecting from the API side. Okay, so here, now that we got the socket, we can just say update the socket state with this socket. So basically, we updated this value. Previously, it was equal to null. Since they're the same thing, I can shorten it. And then the only thing left is listening for the online user's event. And if you remember, in the backend side or in the backend part, I said anytime you want to listen for events, you would like to use socket.on. So here we will do the exact same thing. We're going to say this is the event name, which was get online users. And here we are going to get some user IDs. And then we'll go right here. We'll say set online users to be equal to user IDs. Let's take a look at the backend side and just make sure that this is the exact same event name. So get online users, this is what we send from socket server, and this is the value that we send, which is the keys of the user socket map. And the keys are user IDs, right? That's why we call them as user IDs. But if you wanted to, you can't really call this anything that you want. So that's it for the connect socket method. Right below it, I'm gonna have the disconnect socket method as well. Super easy, nothing complicated. You basically get the socket event with, you get the socket object with the getter method, and then you say if it is already connected, just go ahead and disconnect because we are calling this method. And then you would say update the state to be equal to null. Now we are gonna call both of these methods. Like we're gonna call the disconnect when user clears the auth when they log out. So here I'm gonna say use the getter method and then just call the disconnect socket method. And we're gonna do a similar thing right here. If user is logged in, we'll just say call the get method so that we can get the connect socket method. And if you see, like this method is expecting the user, so we're gonna pass the res.data, which is the authenticated user. So believe it or not, that's the entire thing for this file. We have a couple of different methods, like 4 different methods to check user is authenticated or not, clear the auth, which is going to be called when user logs out, and connect and disconnect to the socket server. Now with that in mind, we can go under the app.jsx and call some of these methods. So you can just say use auth store, and then from here you can destructure every single one of them one by one. Like check auth, you can get the loading state, something like is checking auth. If you don't want to have any typo, just copy it and paste it. And then the other thing we're gonna get will be clear auth method. Now this is one way of doing it. I think the better way for performance is going to be this one. So you would basically call this hook and you would get the values one by one. So here I would say clear auth, and then here you would get the socket or the state, not socket, sorry. This is the state, and from the state you would say get the clear auth. Okay, so instead of doing it in this way, I think it's better to do in that way for performance reasons. And then we're gonna get the, let's say, check auth method. You would just get that state. And same thing for the loading state. So I'm gonna say option 1, and I'm gonna say option 2. And I'll just say better for performance. So we got all these values and we'll try to run them under a use effect. So I'm gonna say call the use effect and let's initialize it. Here, first off, I'm gonna say if clerk is not loaded, don't do anything, just return. And then here I'll say if user is signed in, call the check auth method so that we can update our state for the user and also we can connect to the socket server. And else I'm gonna say just go ahead and call the clear auth method. And here we're gonna add these values like the check auth. I think clear auth is loaded and is signed in. And here I'm going to extend my if statement. I'm going to say if clerk is not loaded, show this component, or I'm going to say if user is signed in and we are still checking for the auth. Since we are in the loading state, still show this component. So with that, we are completely done with the app.jsx file. Now there is one more package that I'd like to introduce. For notifications, there is something called React Hot Toast, and it looks really cool. Just take a look at this. You only install the package, get a component, and then you're ready to use it. Let's try to actually set this up. So there are a couple of different examples for like success or if something fails. You have the promise, I don't know, dark mode, light mode, you have emojis. You can take a look at the documentation. It's going to be under the reacthottoast.com. So I'll go under the front end. Let me just paste this in. I'll say npm install, and then we'll go under the app.jsx. Right after the routes, we can call the toaster component, and I'm going to import it from React Hot Toast. Let's take a look at the documentation. Yeah, I think it is just going to be an import in this way, I believe. Okay, so we cannot see it. Probably it is just a default import. So I have just double checked. It should be imported in this way. And let's go ahead, test this out on under the chat page. Here I'm gonna have a button. I'm gonna say click me, and on click, let's say on click, we would like to run this part where we'll just import the toast. And let's say for now success, you clicked. Let's refresh. If I press this button, as you can tell, now it is working. You can use success, you can use error. There are a bunch of different options. For now, I'll go with the error as well. Okay, so this is just a component that I wanted to introduce if you want to use it. Okay, so with that said, I think we can end this section right here. I'm gonna delete this button, but I'm gonna leave the toaster to be right here. Maybe in the incoming sections, we can use it at some point. Okay, so I hope that you understand the point of Zastand and how to use it. Don't get into the details of the coding part, because if you think probably in their documentation, they have something like just copy it. Let's go under the documentation. They must have a button like copy this page and, paste it to AI. So if I was a beginner and if I understand the point of Zastand, just like what I have explained, instead of trying to write everything by my hand, what I would do, I would just copy this and go into something like Cloud or I don't know, Cursor or anything. I would paste the documentation. I would say, go ahead and read it for me and implement it under my Auth store, because you don't really need to, you know, be able to type everything by yourself. If you understand the logic, I think you should be good to go. Okay, so with that said, let's close everything and commit our changes for this section. And in the next lesson, we're gonna get started with a different store, and we will get started with the actual chat page. So here I'm gonna go ahead, stage everything, get a commit message, and then I'm gonna sync this up. Alright, so with this, I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, now it is time to get started with the chat page. Before we start building the UI, let's go ahead and create a store that we are gonna need. So as I said, under the store folder, we are gonna need two different stores. Here I'm gonna call it as use chat store.js file. And let's get into it. This will be pretty similar to Auth store. The only difference is that here we have 50 lines of code. In this one, probably we're gonna have 100 lines. But the general idea is the same. You would import the Zastand, you would get the Axios instance, and within this, I'm gonna get the use Auth store as well. So you can basically import different stores. Sorry, you can import stores in other stores. This is exactly what we are doing, and we are going to be using this to use the socket value, because here we will subscribe to the real-time messages, so we can get those events in real time within this store. If it sounds confusing, that's completely fine. You will just see how that works in a couple of minutes. First, let's go ahead and get the use chat store. And just like previously, you're gonna call the create method, and here you will get the set and get, and then you would like to return an object, just like this. So here we will have a bunch of different states. Like we are gonna store the conversations, we are gonna store the users, we are gonna store the messages, which chat is selected, right? If you think there will be a bunch of different chats or users, but which one is active? The active one will be displayed right here, and we're going to get this kind of a highlighted background. If there is no selected user, this is what we're going to see. It says pick a conversation to see the messages. And then we have another state if the chats is selected or if users is selected, right? Depending on that, we are going to update the UI. Another state would be if sound is enabled or not. Depending on this, we are going to play the keyboard sound. So these are the things that we're going to have. I think the other state is the text, so the message itself. And then we're going to have a loading state for, if we are sending media, which is either image or video. So with that in mind, let's go right here and we will create all these states one by one. So first off, I'm going to have the users. Initially, it's going to be equal to an empty array. Once we fetch them, we are going to update it. And then we're going to have our conversations. Here we have it as chats, but I'm going to call this as conversations right here. Then we're going to have an array of messages. These are the initial states, so we will have everything as empty. Then the selected user state is equal to null, and we're going to say is conversations loading. So this is the loading state, both for the conversations and users. Basically, if we are in the loading state, instead of seeing the list, we're going to see some kind of loading spinner until we fetch the data. Then we can have a loading state for the messages as well, and the active conversation ID. Then I think we can have the search query. Now you might be asking, we have both active conversation ID and selected user. Well, that's true, but basically, if you select a user from here, that would be selected user. And if you select a conversation from here, that would be active conversation ID. Okay. Then we have the search query, which is going to be the text right here. Then we can have the sidebar tab. So it's either equal to chats or users. Initially, it'll be equal to chats. Then we can get the message text. I'm going to call it as composer text and is sound enabled, initially true. And then the loading state for is sending media is going to be equal to false. Now, if you don't want to type this out, just grab the entire file from source code and watch me explain everything. So these are all the states. Now we would like to have some methods as well. The first method that I'm going to have to fetch the users. So this is going to call our endpoint. And here I'd like to just paste this in and walk you through it. It is an async method where we send a request to this endpoint, which is a get method. And before we do so, we set the user's loading state to be equal to true, as you can tell. Finally, we're going to say it should be equal to false. Under the catch, we just put console.log, but in the success case, we update the user state, and we also check if there is a selected user. Depending on that, we update the state. So that's the entire thing for get users. Overall, this is going to fetch the users and display it under the users tab. Then we are going to do the same thing for get conversations. I'm going to shrink this and paste it right here. So again, it's going to be an async method. We update the related state and send a get request and update the conversations. That's literally it. Let's shrink this and build the next method. This time we would like to fetch the messages. So I'm going to go ahead and get this method. Now, if you want to get the messages, you would like to pass a user ID. So if you want to get the messages for this user, you're going to pass the ID of it, right? So here I'm going to have this method, and for the catch case, let's import the toast from React Hot Toast. Okay, so that's the method. We have one validation check. We update the loading state, get the messages, and set the state with it. And then we can send a message. For this, I'm going to get a different method. I'm going to paste this in and walk you through it. It's an async function. We have the message data, which is going to be the message content. Then we get the messages and selected user because we're going to update these states. First off, we say if there is not a selected user, just return false, which means we couldn't send the message. So this is just a validation check. But if we have the selected user, then we can send a post request to our endpoint with the message data. And then we are going to update the UI immediately. So when you send a message, you would like to keep all the previous messages, but on top of it, add the latest message. So just imagine here you say, hey, how's it going? And once you press this button, this would be at the very bottom, right? You keep all the previous messages, and on top of it, you add the latest one. This is what we are doing. So that's it for the send message method. The other method we're going to have is going to be the subscribe to messages. So basically, we would like to have a method and listen for the events coming from our backend. So let's take a look at the message controller. Here, if you remember, we have the new message event where we send the message in real time to the user if it is online. And here we would like to listen for this exact event. And if you remember, if you want to listen for an event, you would say socket dot on, right? And then you would pass the event name. This is what we're going to do in this method. So I'm going to call it as subscribe to messages. We're going to pass the user ID, which is the currently authenticated user. We will get the socket state. If it doesn't exist, we are not going to do anything. And first, we are going to say unsubscribe from this event and then subscribe it. So this is kind of like an optimization. If you don't add it, it would still work, but it's better to first unsubscribe and then subscribe. So it only subscribes once at a time. Okay, so we'll listen for the new message event. We get the new message and we check if I am the receiver or not. If this user is not the receiver, we will not do anything. But if I am the receiver in real time, I would like to see it right here. Okay, so this is what we are doing. Maybe I can add a comment. I'm going to say if I am not the receiver, don't do anything, just return. Okay, but otherwise we are going to keep all the previous messages as is, and then we will have the new message at the very end. Okay, that's it for this entire method where we subscribe to messages. Now we're going to have unsubscribe to messages as well. So I'm going to say unsubscribe from messages. We'll get the socket and we will not listen for this event anymore. And you would like to run this when user logs out or if they're not in the chat screen. Okay, so the other state or the method I'm going to have is set selected user. Basically, when you press one of the users, let's say you press this one, you would like to pass this to this method and update the state with it. Okay, so we're going to have the other thing, but this time for the active conversation ID. Please don't get overwhelmed with the content. Like this is literally some basic JavaScript and you don't really need to care about this that much. It basically finds the selected user if it exists or not. Okay, so overall this will update the active conversation ID. Then we're gonna have a couple of different very simple methods. So this will update the search query, this will update the sidebar tab, composer text, and true or false for the is sound enabled state. Then we can have a method to send a text message. So super simple, we have some validation and then update the state with it. Well, actually we call it the send message method, but we pass a text. Now we specifically say this is gonna be a text because in our application, we can send videos and images as well. So for this, we'll have a different method. We are going to call this one, but this time we're going to pass something like media or, file. And here's the method. Let me actually initialize it correctly. So here's the method. I just paste this in. We have a validation check. Then we create form data and then we send the media, which is going to be our file. Now, if you remember back in the backend part, let's go under the, I think, message route. Here I had a to-do. I said, I'm going to show you this in the front end. And I said, whatever you put here, it should match with the front end. So here we put media. It should match with this one, right? Now I can delete my to-do since I have explained this. So if you put here like something like hello, then you should come here and then listen for it in the exact same way. And then, yeah, basically we say this state should be equal to true. It is the loading state. Then we call the send message method. This time, instead of passing text, we send the form data. And finally, we update this state to be equal to false. Alright, so with this method, we are completely done with this store. Later in the video, we will come and use something called persist. I'll just leave it as a to-do. And I'll explain what that is in the incoming minutes. For now, I think we can close everything and we can go into the chat page. Just before that, I will create a couple of different hooks. So let's go under the source and create a folder called hooks. Now within the hooks folder, we are going to have a couple of different helper files. So here I'll go ahead, create one called use keyboard sound.js. Basically within this, we are going to have a method that is going to select some of these sounds randomly and it's going to play it. So as user types, we are going to we are going to play these randomly. And you can get this code from the source code. It's extremely simple. We just get the imports, we make them an audio object, right? And then we basically play it randomly. And here we have something called current time, which is equal to 0. And this is for a better user experience. Basically, every time user press a key, it's going to play one sound at a time. If you don't add this part, it's going to look a little bit weird. Like the sound you're going to get will look kind of like cumbersome. Yeah, that's what I would say. This is for a better UX. Then we can save this. And that's it for this entire hook. Now we are going to create another hook, which is related to the media query. And here, let me show you a screenshot. So this is the mobile version, okay? So if your screen is very small, this is what you're going to get. You will only see the sidebar. And if you press one of them, it's going to open up this UI, okay? And here we would like to check for this with a media query. And for this, I have a hook. So I'm going to say use media query .js. And again, it is very simple. All you need to do is grabbing it from the source code. So I just came up with this with AI, not something I'm really interested in. It is basically coming from React documentation, and it's going to make the media query work as expected. And then we'll get one more hook. This is going to be related to scrolling to the bottom. Let's create, and then I'll explain. I'm going to say use scroll to bottom.js. And basically, anytime you send a new message, so just imagine you have a scroll bar. Like, imagine there are a bunch of different messages, and when there is a new message coming in, this should automatically scroll to the bottom, right? And we can make this work with a hook, and it's going to be this one. So I'm going to go ahead and just get it from the source code, and I'll paste it right here. So all it does is creating a use ref, and within a use effect, it's going to run this, and it is just going to update the, the position of the element. So this is just coming from documentation, or really, it's one of the most commonly used hook on the internet. If you search for it, like let's just say React scroll to bottom custom hook, you will see hundreds of different examples for it. So this is where it came from. Okay, so one last hook. This is probably the most important one. I'm going to call this as use selected conversation.js. And let's get into this file. Within this file, I'm going to get a bunch of different imports. So we're getting the media query hook, we are getting our utils function to format the message time, and we get our stores. Now I'm going to get a method called getInitials. Basically, it's going to take a name like John Doe, and it's going to get the initials of it. So the J and D. This is what it's going to return, okay? And we'll be using it in a second. Then we're going to have a method called map user to conversation. Let me get this from the source code, and then I'll explain. Like, all this does is just formatting the user to the conversation. So this is an adapter, like an helper method. It converts the raw backend shapes into the clean view model that the chat UI component expects to render. So from the backend, we return a user document and an array of messages. And this is going to basically convert it into a way where we can use it safely in frontend. So it's going to do two different transformations. It's going to take the messages and convert it to UI messages, and it's going to take the user and convert it to what we call peer, right? So this is only JavaScript manipulation. We got every single message and return an object for it. So instead of using underscore key, we use ID. And we check if message is sent from me or from the other user. And let me show you the reason. If the message is sent from you, it's going to be on the right hand side. And if message is sent from the other user, it'll be on the left hand side. And let me bring this back, by the way. Then we have the message.text. We have the time we formatted. We got the image URL, video URL, etc. And the other user will be under the peer object. So overall, this is just a helper method that we're going to be using. And then we will get the use selected conversation hook. You can just get it from the source code, and then I'll explain. So from the chat store, we get all these values. We get the Auth user as well as the online users. Then we check if we are in the large screen or not by using our media query hook, and we get the selected user as well as the active conversation. So all this hook does is getting these values and returning them. So with this in place, we have everything ready. I know that we are copying and pasting, but I have explained these in the past. We are literally just getting the values and returning them. So there is not really too much logic other than basic JavaScript manipulations. Okay, so with this, now we'll go into the chat page and we can get started with it. So from here, I'm going to get the frame style, just like what we have done in the authentication screen. We're going to use the frame style so that the actual background updates. So let me first import this hook from the context. We can get the chat store as well. We will get the use effect as well as the use selected conversation hook. Now within this, we can use the chat store and get a couple of different values and specifically some methods. So we're going to get the get conversations, get messages, get users, subscribe to messages, and unsubscribe from messages. Basically, we would like to run these methods when user visits the chat page. So we would like to fetch the users, fetch the conversations, and if there is a selected conversation, we would like to fetch the messages, etc. Right? So we import every single one of them and we'll just run a use effect for it. So I'm going to say within the use effect, get the users and get the conversations. And then right below that, we're going to have another use effect. Just before that, I'm going to call the use selected conversation and I'm going to destructure all these three values. If you take a look at it, this is what we return and we are just getting them right here. So we have the active conversation and active conversation ID. We are going to be using this within a use effect. So I'm going to say if there is not an active conversation ID, don't do anything but just return. But if we have the conversation ID, then go ahead and get the messages for that conversation and subscribe to real-time messages. And in the cleanup, so I'll just leave it like a comment. I'm going to say on cleanup, go ahead and unsubscribe from messages. And we can just say something like performance related, or I'll just leave it as cleanup. Okay, so this is going to, get the users, get the conversations, get the messages, and listen to them in real time. Then we can get started with the actual return statement. So I'm going to go ahead and run this, open up the div, and here we'll add some classes as well as the style, which is going to be the frame style. And within this, I'll have another div. Basically, we're going to have the chat sidebar and the actual component. So this div is going to get a couple of different classes just to make it look nice. I'll paste this in. And within this div, I'll have the chat sidebar element. And let's try to create it. I'm going to copy the name. I'll go under the components. I'll create a folder called chat. And I'm going to put this inside, let's say RFCE, save, and we are going to import it right here. So this is the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, we are going to have a div, and let's give some classes. It's going to be related to the media query. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste this in. We'll say if we are not in the large screen and if there is not an active conversation ID, use these classes, but else use this one. And for this, I'll just put chat container for now. And we can get started with the chat sidebar component. Now within this component, we are going to have a helper method, just like in the use selected conversation hook. We are going to be calling the get initials method. So let me go ahead and find it. I would like to export it so that I can just import it right here. So what we have here is almost the exact same thing as this one. If you wanted to, you can make it a reusable function, but I'll just keep it simple and copy and paste right here. Okay, so right below to it, we are going to get into the chat sidebar and we will get the conversations from the chat store. We're going to get the users and we will also get related to, we are going to get the things that are related to the search bar. And other than the search bar, we are going to get which tab is active, right? Is it this one or that one? So let's go into VS Code. I'm going to paste this in. We got the search query, the setter method, sidebar tab, the setter method as well, the setter method for the conversation ID, and we can get the online users from use auth store, because depending on this, we will either show offline indicator or an online indicator. So we need it under the chat sidebar component. Then we can get the active conversation ID from our hook, and I'm gonna get the search query. What I'll be doing, I'm gonna take this value and lowercase it, so it would always match with whatever we type. And then we're gonna get the conversations, like the users under the conversations, and then the users under the users tab. So I'm gonna paste this in. We have the conversation users, and we are gonna get the all users. And then finally, when you type into the search bar, you would like to update the UI. And how do you run that filter? Well, we're gonna have two different variable for it, and we will use the filter method. So this is extremely simple JavaScript, nothing complicated. Now we can get into the return statement, and here we can create an aside element, and then we're gonna add some classes. So I'd like to get it from the source code. I'm gonna paste this in, and within this we're gonna have a div with some classes. Let me copy and paste, just like that. Within this we'll have one more div. This will get, again, some more classes just to make it look nice. Then within this we're gonna have the application logo. I'm gonna copy this component. This is something that we already created, and we can just import it at the top. So we're gonna get the app name as well as the app logo. Right below to it, I'm gonna have a user button and the application name. And we can import the user button from Clerk. Okay, so with this, I think the first part is completed, which is this header part. Like we have the logo, application name, user button. Now it's time to build the search bar. Now for the search bar element from Hero UI, we have something called search field. And for these tabs, we have something called tabs. Okay, so we're gonna import both of those components. And then as you can tell, here we have a component. So this will be conversation row. And we are gonna be using it both under the users and under the chats or the conversations. So let's go ahead and create this component first. Here we have a couple of different warnings, but we're going to get into that. So here I will go under the front end source components chat, and I'm going to create this file called conversation row.jsx. And you can get the content from source code. All it does is using the avatar component and avatar with online indicator component. And it's literally just this component that you see here. Now we don't really have the avatar indicator component, so let's copy this name and try to create it. So I will go under the chat, I will create this file, and in my import, this is wrong, it should be only one because we are getting it from the same folder. And again, you can just get this component from the source code. It has no logic other than, the online or offline status check. I'm gonna save, and we can save this file as well. Let's go into the chat sidebar element. Now within this, I'll get a couple of different imports. So we'll get the search field and tabs from Hero UI. From Lucid React, we're gonna get these icons, and we're gonna get the conversation row. Let's see where this is coming from. Conversation row. It looks like this doesn't match, but it's actually matching. Let me double check. Okay, so I think I just did a mistake. These imports should be under the chat sidebar. Okay, so we'll go right here and import them, not from the chat page. So with these imports, what you can do, scroll to the bottom, right after the user button and after these two divs, just above the aside, we're gonna get the tabs from the source code. So I'm just gonna copy and paste, save, and I'll walk you through it in a second, but let's just take a look at the end result. If I reload, you will see that I have the header element, I have the search bar, and I have the users. I have the tabs. So here this is also working, but since in our database we don't really have any users, we cannot really see anything. Now let's go into backend and add some test users. So for this, I'm going to go into the backend folder under the source. We can create a folder called seeds. And within this, you'll say user.seed.js. Seed is something what we call for testing data, like initial data. I'm going to copy the entire file content and paste this in. This is like bunch of different users, okay, an array of users, and we connect to our database, then just write it into the DB. And how do we run this file? Let's create a script. I'm going to go ahead and I'll say, it's going to be db seed, and we can run this file just by saying node, go under the source, under the seeds, and run this file. It should be user.seed.js. Now you can go into a terminal, like cd into the backend. We'll say npm run db seed. Hopefully this is going to add all this data into the database. Here we can tell it's done successfully. Let's go back and reload. We are going to see 20 different users under the users tab. And since we don't have any conversations, we cannot really see anything at the moment, but we are going to get into that. Here you can tell this is the conversation row and this is the tabs. Now we can go into source code, pause the video and try to read it. Like what is happening is that we are having the tabs element. This is coming from hero UI. You have the handler method to check which tab is active. And the rest is literally the search field, adding the value, on change, etc. Like we have the users tab, chats tab, we have the filter. Yeah, that's it. And we are using the conversation row component. So that's it for the chat sidebar. Now let's go into the chat page and build the right-hand side. So here I'm going to have, let me delete the content first. I'm going to have 3 components. I'm going to have the chat header, and right below to it, I'm going to have the message list. And let's actually only get with the chat header for now. I'm going to copy it, go under the components, chat, and create this file. Now I'll just get the content from the source code, as you can imagine. So it is this element. Let me display. So this is the chat header element. We have 3 different icons or the buttons. These are the components that we already created. So we will just reuse them. Then we will have this button, which is going to toggle the state if sound is enabled or not. And on the left, we will just have the user data. So if you don't want to write this file, you can just copy and paste just like what I'm doing. It is 100 lines of code, but really almost no logic other than getting our states and using them. So I'll go right here and try to import it, and let's give it a go. So here you can tell we can close this state, but if you click one of them, everything works as expected. You can toggle the state as well, change the background, update the theme. Again, once you have the messages, you'll be able to see the theme, but I think we can already see it, like it is working. Let's go with Airbnb. Notice how UI has been updated. So in this case, I'll just go with the default. Now, if there is no user selected, here we would like to see a placeholder component, just like this one. So for this, I'll go into VS Code. Let's go ahead and under the components, under the chat, I'm going to create the no conversation placeholder file. So here I created this file, as you can tell, and I'm going to get the content from source code. It is literally just this part. We have an icon and some text. Then the other component we are going to get is going to be the message bubble element, which is this thing that you see. So depending on the sender, we will update the background as well as the position. It's either flex start or flex end. So let's go ahead and create this component. Under the chat, I'm going to say message bubble.jsx, and we can just get it from the source code as usual. And just before we paste this in, there is one thing that I'd like to talk about. Because if you think one message bubble can be either a text or an image or a video, right? So you would like to check for it. If it is an image, you would like to use ImageKit to transform the image and optimize it. So if you have an image with like, let's say 5 megabytes, you don't really want to serve it as it is, right? So you would like to use ImageKit so it is optimized and transformed, and maybe it is, it is sent as, I don't know, like 100 kilobytes. And to be able to implement this, all you need to do is creating a file. I'm going to go under the front end, source, lib. Here we can initialize ImageKit.js, and everything is coming from their documentation. And I have added the comment. If you wanted to see it, like you can just come here, and they even have this button where you can copy the entire file, entire documentation to LLM. So you would just paste it right here to Cloud, and then you would say, can you please implement me this in the best way possible? This is what I have done. Like I don't need to go into the ImageKit documentation, read everything, and spend 10 hours. Instead, I can just copy the page and paste it to Cloud. Now, you don't really want to copy and paste without understanding anything. So just read it and understand what is the logic behind it, why you would like to use a tool or a product like ImageKit, and then you can just get the documentation. That's what I have done. So we are going to check if this is an ImageKit URL or not. This is a helper method, and then we'll use this to transform the data. So I'm going to save this file, and then we can go into the message bubble, and I'll just get this file. So here you can tell we have some image transformations, and we are using this method to transform the images. Now, if a message is a video, then we are going to use a message video component. Let's go ahead and import it. Let's go ahead and create it. So I'm going to say message video.jsx. And again, everything is coming from documentation. So I'm just going to copy and paste it from the source code. If you're interested, I put the link. You can just go ahead and double check. Okay, so with that said, I think we can go back to the message bubble. We are importing the message video. This is completely done. We can close these components and go into the chat page.jsx file. And right after the chat header, we are going to get a message list component. So basically, it's going to be this part where we can see all the messages. Let's try to create it under the chat components. And just get the content from the source code and paste it right here. And please feel free to pause the video and read it. Like there is nothing complicated. We are using the conversation placeholder if there is no selected user. But if there is an active conversation or a selected user, this is what you're going to see. So yeah, I'll go right here and import this element. Let's double check if it is working or not. This is no conversation found or selected, but if you select something, it's going to update. And we can see that it says today. Now with that, I think the very last component we left is the message composer, right? With this, you will be able to send images, videos, and text messages. So let's go ahead and create it. It's going to be within the chat page. Right after the message list, I'm going to say call the chat composer element. But we only want to display it if there is an active conversation. So here I'm going to say if there is an active conversation, display this, otherwise return nothing. Okay, so let's create this component. I'm going to go under the components, chat, not here, wait. So components, chat, and I'm going to say chat composer.jsx. Now this is going to be a long file, but you can get it from the source code and then just, go step by step. We basically get all of our states and methods. We get some more custom hooks and values, some more methods to check if we can play the sound, if sound is enabled, send the message, etc. The rest is just UI. So feel free to pause the video and take a look at it. I'm going to save. Now, once again, the reason that I just copy and paste is because really this is something that AI can help you build it easily. Just understand the general logic behind it. like otherwise writing the code is not really that important at this point. This is what I believe. Okay, so I'm gonna save and go into front end. Here you can tell we can send the message. I'm just gonna say, hey, this is my first message. And as you can tell, it is working. Now let's try to turn this on, and I'm gonna press some keys. And notice how it is actually working, right? We can hear the sound. Now, if you turn this off, you cannot really hear anything. Now, the problem here is that if you reload the page, it doesn't really remember your choice. So here I just turn this off and reload it. It's gonna be turned on. It's very easy to fix. We will go into our hook. Let's find the use chat store, and I have a to-do right here. So we will basically persist the state. And we don't really want to persist every single thing. We only want to save this to the local storage, right? This is what we'd like to persist. And thankfully, this is something that you can do with Zustand. So first off, go ahead and shrink this and cut everything you have right here. So for now, just cut it. We will get it in a second. You would like to wrap the create with persist. And this is going to be coming from Zustand middleware. Okay, so just go ahead and import it. Now within this, you can paste what you just cut. And then at the very end, like after this thing, let's shrink it. Okay, so after the callback, you're going to add a comma, and then you can add an object. This is going to be the name in the local storage. I'll just say chat, or maybe like iMessage storage. And then here, I only want to listen for this state. I only want to persist it in the local storage. So here you can use something called partialize, and then you'll say, give me my state, and only listen for the is sound enabled. So we'll say only save this to the local storage. Let's say is sound enabled. With this, let's save and take a look at it. I'm gonna delete the to-do. So here, if I turn this off and reload, it should be in the turned off state. If I turn this on and reload, again, it should be just like that. And you can double check by going into the console, open up the application. From the local storage, you're gonna see something called iMessage storage, and we listen for it. So currently it means it has 0, which means false, or wait, what is it? Sorry, now it is false, and now it should be true. As you can tell, it toggles the state. The version has nothing to do with it. Okay, it's also responsive, as you can tell. Like we can see both of the components. Here it's going to shrink to only one. And if you select one of them, that's what you're going to see. You can go back, you can close, they do the same thing, but I think, you can delete one of them, but I'll just leave it as it is. Now the UI is ready and sending messages is also working. The only thing we need to check is the real-time features. So I'll go ahead and create a different account. I'm going to put them side by side and then we'll test this out. Alright, so I just logged in with a different account. As you can tell, this is different than this one. I put them side by side and let's try to test this out. Now, if you go under the users and scroll to the bottom, you're going to see that this user is actually online, right? And let's go right here. You will see that this is also online. Now let's try to put them side by side and send a message. Like I'm going to say, hey, how are you doing? Send the message. It should be here in real time, but looks like it doesn't work. Probably we have some kind of a typo in our code. We are going to get into that. But first, let's see if this will be under the chats. Like it is right here. Maybe let's reload. For this user, it should also be right here. Okay. Like as you can tell, message is sent. Like message is sent, but it is not working in real time. So I'm going to say it works in real time. Okay, probably something is missing. Let's go ahead and fix it. So I have just paused the video and find the solution. Turns out I have a typo. Here this should be double S because this is exactly what we are listening on the chat store, right? So there was like a mismatch. With that said, now let's save and go ahead, test this out once again. I'm gonna say it should work out in real time. Send the message. As soon as it is sent, it's gonna be in both of the chats. And let's say, yes, it actually works. As you can tell, it is working in real time. Now let's go ahead and select a media. So from my laptop, I'm gonna select one of these images. And as soon as I select it, it is uploading the media and it is right here in real time. We can also send a video. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and take a 5-second video and try to upload it. So here from my laptop, I'm gonna select this video. It is like 7 seconds. I'm gonna say open, it is uploading. And once it is uploaded, it's gonna be right here in real time. You can update the controllers, you can play the video and even download it if you're interested. Now let's also check if the online and offline indicator will work in real time. So from this account, I'm gonna go ahead and sign out. As soon as I sign out, just take a look at it here. It should turn off to offline. So as I sign out, here you can tell in real time, it became offline. So that means everything is working when it comes to Scikit.io integration. So with that said, I think that's the entire project. We have a theme selector, wallpaper selector, and most importantly, we have an entire backend which is deployed on render.com. Let's actually double check that before I end this video. I'm gonna go ahead and visit my dashboard. But I think for us to see the latest changes, we need to deploy everything. I mean, we need to commit our latest changes. So I'm gonna close everything, go right here, let's stage them, get a commit message. We will commit this and then sync this up. As soon as you sync this up, you're gonna see that this will say deploying, and let's wait to see the latest version. Alright, so in my case, it's been deployed successfully. I can visit it on production and everything should be working out. Just to prove you, I'm going to log in and test the functionalities in the production, and then we're gonna end this video. So first, let me log in with this account, and then I'll go to the other one, which was this, and we'll just test out the messages. So from the other tab, I'll go ahead and log in to the production. Let's say continue. And while this is logging in, we can go ahead and kill the development terminals because we don't really need them. We will test this out in production. Okay, so as soon as I log in, notice how both of them see each other as online. And let's select the chats. We'll scroll to the bottom. And here I'm just going to send a message. Like I'll say, hey from production. As soon as I send the message, notice how it scrolls to the bottom. Here I'll go to the top, and send another message. As soon as I send it, it's going to scroll to the bottom automatically. We can send images as well. Like here, I'm gonna select this image and I'll say open. It is uploading in real time. We should see in both of the chats. Here you can tell. Okay, so that's it. I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. With that, I'm gonna see you in the next one.